go. Right, let's grab this junk and we'll get rid of it. I finished that fencing I wanted to do. We still have a few more things to do, and well, this is summer here now, so we've went forward, what, just one season. There's not much. Now, let's grab this junk from here. We'll just get rid of that as well. Let's see, we're leaving 20, isn't it? Of everything. Alright, nearly done. I need 175. That's it. I'll get the other roach later. That's that sour milk. Yeah, that's it, and the apple as well. There. Now, let's go get rid of this. Yeah, it looks a lot better with the fencing in. The original plan I had was the one that worked, really. Ooh, that's a lot of pear juice. Yeah. And the plum. Might as well get rid of the berry as well because I'm not really using them. Yeah, might as well. What was that one? Nah, we'll leave that. We need some new ones. Okay. Let's turn this to wine and double the value and then we'll be off. It would take a few seasons alone just to sell that junk. Said we're done. Yep. Let's see what we have. Yeah, some of that junk I'm gonna get rid of. That's a lot of stuff to sell. Now, well, I have all 10 guys on the stall selling at 100%, so... Right, let's get the message board. I'll show you what I've finished here. It might need a few little bits and pieces. More, maybe. So this is what I wanted here. On this railing here. Just have to get it accurate and totally in line with this. All the entrances. So it didn't turn out too bad. Just the fencing, couple of lights and some bric-a-brac in here. This I cannot plaster with these haystacks, it looks horrible. I can get away with something like that.
Used to say, when nothing hurts you, you're dead.
So, when these get full height, might get some kind of table or baskets with fruit or something like they're picking on these. Having said that, I might have to do something on the inside one as well. There's a possibility it's not really worth it. You have to come in with another fence. Nah, it's good the way it is. That would be just silly. You could come out here. Yeah, well, it's a bit late for that now. Oh, I might do it later. Add a piece here and make a new entrance here. Yeah, I'll have a look at it later. Oh, hi Corin. No problem, and I hope you have a good rest, and thanks for lurking, Corin. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe, Corin. Bye. Yeah, in hindsight, maybe I should have centered that. In line with the other one, maybe. Well, I can do it later. Not a biggie. I think we'd get away with adding a piece here. Not really. It would be horrible. Anyway, I'm not sold on adding that second one, to be honest. Yeah, it would cause me more problems. No, I think that's fine. Yeah, the last thing I need is more problems. Yeah, it's gotta be opened. Right. Okay, let's go. Could do it. You see, there's only a certain amount of bric-a-brac. You can't keep throwing the same junk in all the time. Might be something else I can get. We'll see. Something similar on that side. Now that's gonna take... the only way you could go on that one would be hay bales, to be honest, as haystacks. Not much more. Now I kind of used up this season, so all I've got to do is clear the board. And I've done the challenge. It was just some junk I already had here. And it appeared in one of my own inns, so it was easy to do. So it's just a board, and we can come back and go straight into the other season. Then we'll do a little bit in the autumn. Oh, nice. And I really need to do a little something with the physics of that. Maybe a lancing blow or something. You can't even touch anything without, carrying over. I would prefer if this was,
Onward!
if the gallop was, on a different stick. It's on the same one. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, pike, we can buy those. Firewood, stick, torch, limestone, hose. Yeah, okay. We can get this. They're easy enough.
How are you?
No hunting. Now, I forgot to get rid of some of this junk, but... forgot to put the onions back in. It'll make a difference, really.
How are you?
Okay. Yeah, let's just get rid of this junk. Yeah.
Have a good day.
Hello there.
Now, how many
Want to see my
pike?
wares? So long.
How many pike did we need for that one? I'm not going fishing for that. 14. Okay.
How can I help you?
Need 14. There. Yeah, okay, that will do. Right. We got rid of all the eggs, didn't we?
So long.
No.
How is life?
Yeah, why not?
Have a nice day.
Hello there. So long.
Right, 2 more NPCs. There's one.
How do you do?
And now I need the fishing stuff from this lady. Where is it? There we go.
Have a good day.
Right, there's one more NPC. Where is she? There she is there.
Can I?
Now, that would work.
Take care.
Done. Okay, let's hand in this pike quest and we'll do a round back to the settlement. We'll make up that junk we need and we'll move straight to another season. Where is that guy? There he is. Oh, he's right up on the walkway. Okay. Ah, sugar. It took ages to get it to this guy.
How can I help you? Take care.
There. Okay. We're off. So, these are all the other ones. Is it the same guy? Yeah, that's not too bad. All the same guy. I'm tempted to go back and finish that now. No, we'll just go on and we'll get rid of this junk. We'll finish it
Hello.
when we get back.
At least ticks love me.
Hello there. Good luck.
Ah, sugar.
Hello there.
Oh, fish tart. Where did I get that from? Must have been a reward.
Good luck.
I love when you squall. Hello there. See you around.
Right, that's 2 out of 4. There she is. She's always making a run for that hut.
How do you do?
Hmm.
So long.
That would do. One more guy. Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been? Pretty warm tonight, isn't it?
What can I...
There.
How to see
Right.
you soon?
2 villages and then we are finished. We can go straight to the next season. The heat, yeah. The heat. It can be nasty, alright.
Oh, it's you again.
Come on.
Oh, see you soon.
Now, here's this other guy. Yeah.
Hello.
And then there's just one more NPC after this, and then one village, and then we're history. Ah, something to relax to, I suppose.
See you around.
So the weather has probably been pretty warm in the UK as well. It's always a little warmer in the UK, you know. Oh, I see.
The worst thing about this time of year are mosquitoes.
The last summer I spent in the UK was, oh my good God, I think it might have been the early 90s. But I was there about maybe 8, 9 years ago. In November, my God, the cold. Absolutely brutal.
Dinner time. How do you do?
So if the summers are a reflection of the extremity, let's say that, yeah, it will be a hot one. None yet, no? Same here. There was a warning. But as I said, we rarely get them here, you know? That's all we can do, I think. Yep. Have a plum. You won't even have a plum.
Good luck.
That's it, one more village. I'll get straight into that other season. I'll tear it out again and then we'll have a look at this settlement. I'm nearly finished, I think. It's easy to say that, but there's still so much to do.
How is life treating you?
I'll get it done I'll get it done, I'd say, during the week. But, No Man's Sky has been distracting me a bit. I've done a kind of settlement update. Ah. Yeah, that one in November, that was horrible. But same here.
Have
We
you
don't
seen
get
any
really bad
bandits
winters
in the
anymore.
area?
Oh, it's
Right. Okay. Yeah. We want to get rid of
only
that
the
food
best
as well,
have a
wouldn't we?
good day.
Yeah, I want to be getting rid of that food.
Hello there.
Well, we can't get rid of all of that. I would need some. There.
Good luck.
Okay, one more guy. There's this guy down here. Get back to the settlement. We'll fill up those orders and those quests. There he is.
Hello there.
That's it, we are done.
Have a nice day.
Right, let's get back. Let me see what we need. What do we need anyway? We need 17 limestone. Okay, well, I'll do the hose.
They're delicious. And easy to catch.
Speaking of that, I haven't checked management in ages. Yeah, we're good. It's almost running itself now. Dreaming, I'd say, yeah, probably. Use a sim pack. I could do with a sim pack. I think I'm at the stage now where not even a sim pack can help me.
How do you do?
But if you play a game, let's say for an excessive amount of time, let's say if you play it for like 2 weeks and every waking moment, it will creep into your subconscious. Pretty normal. The chances of dreaming about it are greatly increased. Okay. Let's get rid of that one for a moment. Oh, I forgot to get rid of those thick gloves. I'll get them next time. Not a biggie. Okay, 10 hose and what was it? 17 limestone. 17 limestone. I'll probably be taking in the crops as well. My God, there's a massive amount of crops here. Yep. That one and then that one. So what's that? 10. I'll keep a check on them in a moment. This is autumn, isn't it? Surely they haven't done already. Oh no. No. This is we're still in the summer. Yeah, we didn't jump forward yet. Yeah, they'll be doing that next season. Okay, 10 hours. There. Don't panic. Probably some kind of waking dream or something. There, that's that. So this other thing, firewood sticks. Ah, the torches. We better make them. Actually, I think I might have some torches in here. Let me see. Yeah, if I get the sticks beforehand, I will just use it for my inventory and we'll have to do it a second time. Have I got 15 torches here? Oh, it would be in weapons, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I have, actually. I made a ton of them. Okay, that's the torches. 15 and 4, 6. Okay. Ooh, getting low on those. There, that should do me. Firewood, yeah, that's it. Let's chop those in. We'll get back and we'll get straight to autumn. Hmm? Yeah, some kind of waking dream, I suppose. I never had many of those, to be honest. Well, 2, but they weren't dreams, they were nightmares. Yeah. Now, I'm going to get something to drink. Ah, sugar. Now, how did that gas up? There. Stupid thing was full of gas. I don't know, somebody must have let it fall or something. Now, 1 second while I get some of this. There we go. Right. Let's do this. Probably next season we'll get our 3rd generation, I'd say, of villagers. Bad dream, yeah.
Move on.
Now, where is that guy? There he is.
Oh, it's you again. Take her. Oh, it's you again. So long. How can I help you? Good luck.
That's it. We are done. All we need to do now is get something to eat. Drink, and now I get to the next season. Okay, we'll get a lift back. Saves us a bit of time. Oh, hang on.
How can I help you?
It's been fun making this settlement. It'll be sad when I'm leaving. But I will come back in the near future to get those last 3 achievements on the other map. Kinda looking forward to that one. But I'll have to play at least one other game before I get back to it, to be honest. No. That's it, some water and we'll save. Yeah, we can move straight into another season now.
From books. We learn from roadside.
No, I'll eventually get some more lights in. Well, the next big project should be that, to be honest. I don't know what I'm going to do on that. I suppose you could use the medium one down to the centre. The problem is too many haystacks all over the place. They don't give a ton of decorations, to be honest. Yeah, it's the mind, actually. The body is a slave to the mind. Think of, let's say, the body like the parts in a PC. You know, the brain is the market ship. You know, giving it orders and that. Yeah. Your mind can help you a lot. It can really put you on the right track. But it can also be a bit of a rabbit hole as well. Depends. There's so much we don't know about the mind yet, isn't there? The ironic thing about it is, if you step on a nail or you get hurt, the brain will send signals to the nerve endings to feel pain. You know, it's part of the way we evolved, which is quite handy too. You know, knowing that you're, getting injured and, maybe pulling back, maybe you're walking through some sharp stones or something like that. Just a basic thing with almost all living things. The irony is, the brain itself cannot feel pain. So when they do brain surgery, you can't feel it. Ah. Once you get to a certain age, memory can be strange. You can quite easily remember something from maybe 40 years ago and have trouble remembering stuff from last week. Accessing the short-term memories. Irony is, in a few months' time you'll remember that week. I suppose it's different for everyone. There we go, we're all set. So, let's check management, we'll see if we're okay. Ooh, farming. Well, they're always short on fertilizer. That's not a thing. Right, let's go. Oh, okay, what's this? We didn't start the fire. Okay. There you go. That will do. 80 buckets of water. Okay. Oh, we have had a birth, so somebody is... Roberta, female, only volunteer. And a wedding as well. So, we'll be missing one worker. We'll have to sort that one out. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know too much about that condition, to be honest. But it's like, I don't know if this would be an example. You see some sci-fi movies, let's say, you remember The Matrix? You remember that one? Where if you die, let's say, you know, in The Matrix, you die in real life. Your body, your mind can't take it. Your body shuts down. Well, that's not true, but it's not entirely false either. Your mind can actually make you feel actual pain, even though there's nothing wrong. Classic example would be, you know, drug addicts, really. You know, so let's say they want to get off drugs. Well, they'll feel a lot of pain because of it, you know. And that's the brain, you know. Fainting goats, yeah? Not that I know a ton about it, to be honest. Now, let's see who's dropped out. Okay. What is some stuff to do anyway? We'll check. So I think she was a farmer. We can do without a farmer for a while. Now, if she was in the stalls, that might be a problem. Well, the well we'll have to fix right away. Yeah, we'll give him a hand. Just this in the well. Oh, there must be the other builder's hut. No, I've only one. There it is. Yeah, I've only got one. There. Okay, let's fix that well and then we'll see what the damage is. Yeah, yeah. I'm familiar with the blood pressure thing, alright. But, you know, people can handle stress differently. So how stress affects someone depends on, obviously, the reason and the person themselves. There's a lot of factors. You know, how they can deal and handle with stress. How logical their mind is and how quick they can bounce back from it, you know? Now, okay. Let's check this one. Ah, the tool, it was the tool stall. Okay, well I'll have to go to the miners. We need a miner to do this. I've got an overflow of those guys. At least a 5. That's gonna be horrible. There's someone that's a miner. Hang on, it's gotta be better than that somewhere. There's a 5 miner. Yeah, he's not doing too well there. In you go. There. He's definitely not selling as much as the other guys. About a half. But that would do. Something, I suppose. Ah, when she comes back in a few seasons, we'll put him back. Now, okay, we gotta get this junk, isn't it? Then we're good for another run. Brutal, yeah. I've been following it for a long time. Since a couple of years before it was released. It started off, it looked good, Terry. And the trailers they've showed, it seemed like a cross between Oblivion and Skyrim. Looked pretty cool. But I've been following the story and that, and apparently they pitched that to Todd, and Todd said no. So then they had to backtrack a bit, and they said it would be more like their other game, Pillars of Eternity. Didn't play it, but not really into it, I would say. So I've seen the release and I've followed the game a bit. I wouldn't play it, to be honest. If you have time, if ever you're going through YouTube, check out a video. It should be called it's either Oblivion versus VS versus Avowed, or Avowed versus Oblivion, one or the other. And the guy is showing you the difference between the physics in the two games. I think it's hilarious. The game was definitely a step backwards. Brutal. Don't know what the story is like. The graphics, I don't know. All of the companies seem to be doing that kind of Dragon Age Veilguard kind of look, like a cross between something from a console and a mobile. I don't like it, to be honest. You know. But kind of brutal. To be honest, I knew I was going to be not the greatest, because I was expecting a lot from the Outer Worlds. But even before the Outer Worlds, before it came out, I did say that, the guys there now are not like the guys that did Fallout 4. But I didn't know how bad they were, to be honest. Now, one of their developers, he's the head creative artist in Avowed, he went on a Twitter rant, and he said he didn't want any white crusty gamers playing the game. Well, I'm paraphrasing it a little bit, but he literally said that. So he wanted everyone except white people to play it. Irony is, he is a white person himself. And his Twitter is always open to have somebody get into the business, as long as they weren't white. And he said he's hoping that they'll all be replaced by non-whites. Yeah, his name is Matt Hansen. Check him out, he's a nutcase. Personally, to be honest, he should have getting the sack, because that would have hurt sales in that game. But the fact that he didn't get the sack, or no one said anything, means they're basically all like that there, Yeah, that's Matt Hansen. I don't know how he got into it, but he's there. Yeah. But he definitely needs help. Then he had some kind of Twitter fight with Elon Musk. One is bad, the other is worse, really. Elon Musk said something about something he said, and then he came back with a reply. The kind of thing. And I'm paraphrasing this. You fell for my trap, you sweet summer child. Blah 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 blah. This childish stuff that they come out with, that kind of rubbish. Yeah, I've been following the game all right, and it is at best middle of the road. I wouldn't place it middle of the road, to be honest. But if it is middle of the road, it's definitely in the bottom half, No, that one I wouldn't be interested in. Okay, we need 22 of those. There. Yeah, let's put these into storage. I think I'll sell them, to be honest. Yeah, what's the point? I don't know what I'm even collecting them for. Yeah, get rid of some of the roach will be good. Oh, that's soured milk. There, that would do. Oh, we should be good to go. We'll just get rid of the excess fish we have and then we're out of here. Yeah, he was on earlier. Yeah, he was on earlier when I started streaming. No, what was it? 28. I thought it was more. Whatever. There. That should do it. Yeah, yeah. He was going to bed at the time and he said he'd be lurking. I hope he manages to stay safe. There's been a lot of events where he's living, you know. So he's probably stressed. I wouldn't blame him, to be honest. Right, let's see. I doubt we got any... Oh yeah, we're looking for stupid... We'll check and see if there's any... I haven't seen a quest in ages. We better make sure we just keep a lookout for these quests. Let me see. No, that's just an NPC quest. Well, there's no quest there. That's the message board. No! Yeah, it's getting dodgy for quests. Yeah, I think he might be lurking. That's in the north, and it's more of an unrest. I love how they call it a riot. Probably one street. What they've been doing is, you know, there's small communities. They're kind of under pressure, in a sense that, you know, not enough work, you know, that kind of thing. There's parts in the UK, in Birmingham and places like that, where it's the same, where there's been a massive downturn in employment, especially since Brexit, you know. So people are kind of struggling. So I think what they've been doing there, the UK government have been getting a ton of refugees, like 500-600 1,000, you know. This is me guessing a bit, and they're buying up hotels and houses and shoving them in. I do know here in one stage they moved some out to a little village, and I think there was more of them than there was in the village. That's gonna be a bit of a shock, to be honest. If you were in a small community, let's say with a population of maybe 300, and all of a sudden there's 500, you know, people there, new ones. No, this is okay. There's been some problems here as well. See, the problem is, and I don't know what the end is. To be honest, I'm not against immigration. Never was, but I think the way they're doing it is unsustainable. You know, it's for as many people as want to. You know. That's definitely not going to work. They need to fix the system before they start doing that. I'm all for them helping as many people as they can, but they should at least have the infrastructure in place to house these people, because they're bringing them over and they're sleeping on the streets in tents, and the government can't do anything about it. You know. So, and I don't think they're being forced by the EU, to be honest, because other countries have changed their policies a bit, you know, and I don't know what their end is, because they're not getting any more popular because of it, and you know they're not going to make anything from this, you know. But yeah, I'm okay. But traditionally, and this is me just stating a fact from what I see, I hope it doesn't come across the wrong way. Traditionally, if you get an influx of people fleeing from countries, let's say, you know, where they're in fear of their life or whatever the case may be, you're talking about families, aren't you? You're talking about, you know, maybe brothers, sisters, you know, that kind of thing, the kind of family unit sort of thing. And well, you know, imagine if something happened in the UK and you had to flee, and you claimed asylum in some country, it would probably be you and your dad and your brother, wouldn't it? Yeah, you know. Or, you know, if you were a married person, be you, your kids, your husband, that kind of stuff. But about 98% of what I see are all male. They're all male within working age, from about maybe early 20s to mid 30s. So I don't know. it's kind of strange, you know. I think it's more of an economic kind of thing. But if you flood the entire market with more workers than you need, not only will they be ill-treated, but the workers who are already here, you know, their wages will drop as well. And it's not a good time for that happening, you know. Not to mention, you know, there's nowhere left to rent now, because the government have bought up everything with the taxpayers' money as well. And now anyone wanting to rent, the rents have gone sky high. And because there's so much profit now in renting, if any houses do go on the market, if anyone tries to buy one, well, they're priced out of the market by landlords. They're buying them up and they're giving way more than what they're worth, you know. So it's a big problem, actually. It got to something silly there at one stage. I think it was the St. Patrick's Day before last. I was reading it from the paper. There was a hotel in Dublin in the city centre, so they would have been popular during the parade for tourists coming in. But I think for a normal room, nothing special about it, €1,500 a night. For one night. So you'll get businesses taking advantage of this as well. So there's a chain reaction when this happens. But something's going to give eventually. Now, the problem with this, if they did a policy that was sustainable, you know what I mean, a little bit better than they did before, I have no problem with, you know, or anyone here, or probably any country would have no problem with helping people in need, as long as they could assimilate, you know, because it would be unfair to expect an entire country to adopt, you know, your customs. It doesn't work that way, you know. Not that that would be much of an issue, but there is some people that refuse to assimilate, which is okay as well. You need to keep your culture, but don't expect everyone around you to do the same. But that's only a tiny minority who do that, and then the media tends to focus on that. Depends on how you're looking at it, from the left or right. If you're looking at it from the right, you kind of double down on that. If you're looking at it from the left, you know, if you say anything at all about it, you know, you're a racist. So logic doesn't come in at all. But the infrastructure here, and probably in the UK, because even before this, there was problems housing people, the citizens already. So it's like, excuse me, it's like if you have let's say a 3-bedroom house. You're in one room, your brother's in another room, and let's say your dad is in another room. So, yeah, you're kind of full. But you invite 50 people over to stay. How are you going to manage that? Kind of like that. Not to mention, that's just housing. Then you've got education. Because, you will need language teachers as well. That's another one. And the healthcare. Yeah, you know what I mean. I don't think anyone is really against helping people, but if they're not fleeing from danger and they're just, and you can't blame them for trying to make a better life. You know what I mean. But it will be at the expense of everyone else, I'm afraid. The irony is, when this started to happen, the massive influx we had, let's say starting around, when was it? Around the mid-90s-ish, I'd say. Yeah, maybe the late 90s. I won't say any countries, but the vast majority of people come in from this certain country. It's in Eastern Europe. And, of course, when you get an influx of workers, you're going to get employers who are going to take advantage. I've seen this in the UK as well, Terry. If someone comes, looking for, if there's a lot of workers, for work on a building site, they will give them dirt wages. That's just greed. That's, the way it is. Now, yes, there was a lot of companies that took advantage of them. But they didn't have to go with that. The government was supplying them accommodation, food, all that stuff. Where was I going with this? But yeah, it did, let's say the government did eventually cop on what was going on, and they put some more rules into place. So everything stabilized pretty quick. But I was reading the paper. How true it is, I've heard some people say it, that some Irish people were over in their country, and they were passing, some of the businesses and that, and there was signs up saying, "We don't hire any Irish." Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Now, granted, yeah, maybe some of them had a hard time. But that would have been from employers. They're going to get that, wherever you go, especially if you go into the hospitality sector. The hospitality sector businesses, their owners are scum. It's just as simple as that. If they could, they would chain you to a kitchen, and they would feed you scraps, if they could get away with it. Oh, they did. Yeah, they did, and they still are going there. There's always been, even though there was a turbulent history, especially in the past between, the UK and Ireland, their proximity, being very close. Every family here would have at least 20% of their family, let's say, who would be, English, born in Britain. So there's always been a tight bond, especially in trade and other things. Let's say on other things there is, of course, the 6 counties. That's always going to be a bit of a problem. And that is a leftover problem from imperialism, A past that's kind of hard to fix, But, well, it is what it is, you know what I mean? So, you will get nutcases, that freak out and unalive someone and say it's for some cause. And then you'll get a backlash for everyone that was from the same country as that person, if you know what I mean. But this is normal. The 70s was pretty bad for Irish people in the UK. And to be honest, when I was in the UK, I remember there was some World Cup going on, and this would have been the 90s. I was coming from work and I was speaking to a mate of mine. We were walking down the street. So there was this bunch of drunken yobs. And this is only an isolated incident. I'm not saying everyone is like this. So they heard me speaking, and that was very, very offensive. So, yeah, they literally attacked us. So I pushed one guy over a fence, and they scattered after a while. But I literally got attacked for my accent. But that, it's just the way it is. But I doubt it's like that now. You know. But you'll get, British people again here that might have, you know, suffered these random events as well. So I wouldn't judge a country by that one or few isolated incidents. It's just the way it is. There's idiots in every country. But the vast majority in the UK and Ireland and in every country are decent, law-abiding citizens that will try and help people if they can. That's just how it is. And most people would. It's just a minority, But there must be a minority here as well that don't like British people. Or anyone, really. But I can understand not liking someone if they did something to you personally. That I can understand. But not liking someone, it's like you're from a shire in England, yeah. You're from where did you say you were from again? It's down north. Yeah. So let's say you're from Yorkshire. Cool, right? Lancashire. Yeah. Let's say there was someone from Yorkshire, and let's say they went to London, and then everyone was attacking them because they were from Yorkshire. And why were they attacking him? Oh, because the Yorkshire Ripper was from there and he was a bad guy, so you must be a bad guy as well. That kind of stuff. But that's kind of oversimplifying it. But that's how institutional racism works, within your own kind, There's racism everywhere. But it really is just a thin veil of being antisocial and a nasty person. That's all it is, really. Yeah, okay, we can do that one. Yeah. We kill some badgers, we get some water, and the wool fabric. Yeah, we can do these. The badgers are the only thing that will take us a bit of time. So, let's get to this. Well, yeah, there's a long history. There's a lot of Norman blood here in Ireland. There was an occupation in the 12th century. So, obviously, they kind of mingled in with the local population. And then, obviously, after a good few generations, they were indistinguishable from the Irish and accent and everything, obviously. Then there was problems with Cromwell back in the 16th century. So then there was another occupation. Those guys, they were ousted out, and then a new crowd came in. And it's the same now. And there's a very large, let's say, in my area, there's a very large Protestant community. Churches, all that stuff. There's still a lot here. But Britain has always been very, very multicultural. And this is going back even back to the Middle Ages, But what's happened is, the policies that they've done. It's hard to deal with something really quickly, if you know what I mean. And people have fears, they've got kids and that, and But if you're outnumbered 3-1 in a workforce by someone let's say that's not from your country, it must seem very unfair, you know. But there's another way of looking at it as well. There's some countries, let's say, who would have used that kind of thing, and that can be corrupted as well. Let's say, you know, well, they're here and they're taking our jobs. You know, the usual thing. Well, a lot of those jobs are jobs that, you know, citizens of that country wouldn't take. They're too low paying, you know. But it's an impossible situation to sort out, to be honest. You know, to pay, I'll tell you what it is. It's greedy corporations with the massive amounts of profit they're making. They could, if they wanted to, pay everyone a fair wage, and there'd be none of this. You know, there'd be none of this stuff. You know, so instead of making 1 trillion, you know, or whatever the case may be, they make $500 billion. It's still more money than they can spend in 20 lifetimes, you know, in 1 year. So this obsession is, it's gone too far. This corporation thing. All of the problems we're having, you can, by not much of a stretch of imagination, you know, trace it all the way back to greed. Corporation greed.
Hello there.
And the knock-on effect from every generation is just getting worse and worse. But I don't know if I'll be around to see it, but there will be a big change, and it will only happen, and I hope I'm wrong, through some kind of revolt. I hope it's peaceful, to be honest. That would not sit well in history if it was not. There.
Have a nice day.
But that's if, you know, policies don't change and they double down on what they're doing. But only time can tell, you know.
Hello there.
All right.
Have a nice day.
Okay, we'll get through this quickly and then we'll see if we can get back to that settlement.
Hello there.
We need to get to another game shortly, you know that. No problem, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good rest. Take care and stay safe and try and keep cool, you know. Get yourself a fan, open a few windows. You know, keep your temperature, you know, pretty stable. Have a good one, Terry. Bye. Here we go. Nah, we need some of it. Oh, the eggs. I gotta get rid of the eggs.
See you soon.
Why
No.
are all men suddenly staring at me like that? Hello.
Right. Okay.
Have a good day.
There should be another MP. Oh, there she is.
How do you...
Okay.
Have a nice day. No rebar.
Okay, 2 more and then we're good. Okay, that's a bit much.
Be safe.
And 1 more. There he is.
Hello there.
So we need some badgers. We'll get them. Oh, hi, young. And how have you been? How's life been treating you? Yeah, Terry was just on. I was just chatting with her. So, how was your day? Been good. Ah, yeah, not too bad. Just a bit, it's a bit warm here. But it's nothing I can't handle. But it's kind of getting close to my, my max point. Yeah, humidity, I'd say it's about, judging by the way I feel, it's probably in the early 90s. Yeah. Just barely tolerable. Yeah. Strange enough, it's not exactly blistering outside, but it's half 2 in the morning. But it can be literally cold outside, and you can still have that humidity. It's a ridiculous situation. You'd have to experience it, you know. Right. Blah 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 blah. And that one. Okay, we can fill those in a moment. I suppose we can go back and start killing these guys. Yeah, why not? We'll see if we can fill the ones from here. I've got to hit these badgers anyway. And we can fill the other orders as well. Oh, I was lucky I didn't push out too far with this settlement and spoil this badger spawn point. Or else I'll be running all over the map. You know, the strange thing about this, with the hundreds of quests I've done from that board, it's always badgers, crows and magpies. You know, why not some bears, some dares? The bison thingies? You know? But I've done a bit on the settlement. It's just down to, you know, some decorations, and I should be through it. Not the biggest one I've ever built, I think. Now, let's go for our badgers. I wonder if I could sneak in a shot here with a bow. See, I want to try and... I don't know how many spawn. There can be 2 or 4. What do you be? 2 or 4. Oh, sugar. Anyone else? Yeah, there he is. And there's another guy going down the other way. You see him? Hey! You little... Okay, that was a deadly little badger, wasn't it? Give me a bit of damage as well. This is summer, I'm using these silly clothes. Okay, 3 is not bad. We need another 4. So there's probably 4 here. I think one guy escaped. Yeah, we can use these for a bit of health, I suppose. Yeah, not a great time to be fighting stuff in the summer. I don't know, is it even worth picking up their carcass? Yeah, it's not like I need the stuff. That was the guy I killed with a bow, wasn't it? Who cares? Oh yeah, I killed the other guy over here. There he is. Bye-bye, badger. Yeah, I suppose we might as well go in and fill the other orders for this. I don't know, was it 3 this time or 4? No, there's still another guy there. I wonder where he went to. I'll give him a little bit of time. He'll spawn back in, but Nah, we'll have to get him some other time. We'll get him on the way back. It's too dense. An open area might be able to get all four. Yeah. So this is what we've done here, young. So I'll have to start filling this up with the haystacks or something. And this is a biggie. We're growing every single crop here. This is massive. I'm surprised the game could take it, to be honest. I'm impressed. There's about 115 settlers, or villagers. I've still little bits and pieces I want to finish. But all the fencing, all of that stuff. And, you know, once I get to an area, I'll finish it. I've been kind of doing it in layers. It would change a little bit more, but the structure of it is sound. I see they were doing their cabbage stuff. I was stuck with a little dilemma. I couldn't cross here with a wall. It was the only spot I had to cross this, but the bridge was not a bad plan. You know, just to box the whole thing in. I still have a little bit to do around the taverns. And, you know, all those empty spots. Just put rubbish in and maybe a little fence here and there. There's not a ton of decorating items, unfortunately, but I'll use them the best I can. Especially here, I need to do something around our fishing hut. But I expected to build something half this size, but you know, once you get started, it just all goes sideways. Now this one I worked on my time off before the stream, so I think it's almost finished. Oh, these were a nightmare. You literally got to drop the stuff from your menu to do this. But with a bit of practice, you can get it right. Nah, it's very rare to see me overbuild. Very, very rare. Yeah. Setting the table on this and getting that stuff on is almost an art form. I had a ton of practice back in the day on Oblivion, so that helped. Although the physics of this is a little different.
Great responsibility, and the king.
That took about 20 minutes to do. Get the fruit into the basket. Oh my god. That was horrible. Need to do something there as well eventually. So all that kind of rubbish here. And this wasn't a bad spot, it had a waterfall in the mine. And that was something I got during a quest, that pillar. I thought that was... Well, that was the only place I could really put it. It needed a huge backdrop. Put that anywhere else and it would be horrible. That's my house there.
My
So we've got to work on this eventually. Just add little things here and there. Still needs a little bit flowers and junk, I suppose. And then there's this, surrounded by buildings, houses, all that stuff, a huge orchard. This is the centre of the settlement. Well, it was supposed to be. I was expecting to end it about there. But it is roughly about centre. Nah, it's not. Oh, it's in the centre, I suppose. Centre adjacent. But I could manage to get this right anyway. You get to name the settlement. And this is in Gaelic, but it basically means in English, far from home. So my Gaelic is brutal, but it's pronounced Fadabalya. And that's it, that's what we've got on this. Yeah, I'll figure out something to do with that later, but it has been fun. But about 10% of it left to do, and that's, you know, doing the decorating and stuff like that, and trying to figure out what I want where. That can take a while. I'm in no massive rush. Right, what do we need to do? The Knife Swindler, we need that one, the Badger. Okay, 7 of those, and 5 of those. I used some water coming in on this season. I wonder what we're like for that. We might need some, actually. No, they're always crying out for, they're working too quickly for manure. Well, what was the top one? Water. Yeah, I was right. I see they're suffering for water. Okay, let's help them out. Yeah, there was an event coming in at the start of the season and I used 80 of them. So let's see how many buckets. I must have a ton of them. Oh my god, how many buckets have I got? Okay, let's go crazy and give them 500 buckets of water. Yeah, that's the craftsmen I have. They're out of control. I'll have to tune them down a bit. There we go. Yeah, I use some for some events. Sometimes that happens. They should be okay now. But the guy can keep up with a normal pace. It's just when I start using stuff out of it like that, it drops a bit low. There. Drink away, guys. That's that. Yeah, we're good. We're back on track. Now. That will do. Yeah, we're a little... There. We're back to square one. Now we better sleep and then we'll gather up that junk as well. Oh, hang on, I've got some meat. Yeah, I suppose I'll get rid of it here, will I? To be honest, I'm better off, you know, hashing it up and getting it out. Selling this junk as well. Yeah, we'll just move that to proper storage. Sell the cabbage and the carrots as well. Whatever. Too much stuff coming in from this. We'll give them the meat. There, that would work. I wonder, can we sleep here? Yeah, that should be good enough. There. So we'll do a bit on this. We'll try and tackle the big sections I wanted to get out of the way. I'd like a few different things to use, to be honest. You know, the only way you're going to fill up any of it is using... And the haystacks are okay, you know, but... You know, there's so many places to fill, you can kind of overuse them as well. Okay. Blah blah blah, the badger. Oh, we still need 7 buckets of water. I'll actually take it from here now. See, I should take it from here in future. That gives me an excuse to go in and clear off the excess junk that we have. Yeah, that's that one. Okay, we need 5 of those. And the rest we've got to make. Okay. I think of like 1,000. Those guys are going nuts in that sewing hut. We'll have to start selling them off shortly. Yeah, look at that. Well, they don't weigh that much anyway, I suppose. 526. Oh, those sheep. My god. Right, that's done. That's done. So, what do we need? Crossbow, spear, 23 arrow. Okay. I think I have some junk here I can use. Yeah, I'll make up some axes. Those guys will need them. Could do with a few holes as well. We're gonna. Oh, we've got some spears. We have too much now on the spears. Yeah, can we get rid of one of them? There, the rest we've got to make. So, oh, what's that one? We need 3 iron knives, anywhere for starters. So, what have we got now? That's that one done. Yeah, let's put this up where I can see it. 3 crossbows and 4. I have no axes. How did I manage that? That's not right. I'm actually. Oh yeah, I'm holding one in my inventory. Okay, 3 crossbows, 4 axes. I might stockpile a few of those later. You know that. This quest comes up regularly. Now let's see. We've got 3 crossbows, 5 spears, all the arrows and the axes. Yep. That's it, guys. We're ready to chip these in, except for obviously the badgers. Let's see if we can get that other guy on the way down. Yeah, okay. Right, let's go. When we get rid of this, and once we finish our shopping, we'll tackle our main problem here. The only way you're going to really do this is, you know, some odd haystacks in the center, and then we'll throw some carts and junk around. I'll have to experiment with stuff in my inventory as well. Throw it around and see if we can get it to kind of look okay. I still haven't finished here. I'll see if I can put some junk on top of this. Yeah, we'll find something to do. Yeah, okay, we'll leave. Where are you? Oh, I never checked the colts either. Let me see. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Will we change over, guys? Yeah, I've been with this one here. So at 1.5, you can actually use them to get around on. Yeah. Okay. How can we tell which is which? Which one is... Well... Yeah. Hang on, let's see if we can tell the difference there. Ah, that's okay, I'll do it later. Yeah, I'll do it later. It'll take up too much time. I'll have to change over all the stuff from this horse as well. Oh, come on, horsey. Yeah, take too much time.
Giddy up.
Now we'll see if this guy has respawned. And we'll send him to Valhalla. Ah, there you are. Bye-bye. That's 4 of the badgers, so I think we need 3 more. I'm tempted to shoot across now and get the other 3 badgers so we can get rid of all of these. I doubt we'll pick up 3 here. It's very, very dense. Alright, let's see. There's a ton of boar here as well, I want to be careful. We're not wearing any armor at all. Ah, fox. Usually over here. Kinda too hard to see. Look at even find one here. I hate hunting badgers here, you know that. Oh, what's that? Oh, sugar. Oh, you little piece of junk. Good run is better than a bad stand. Okay. Oh, because of those silly badgers. It's a fox. Oh, there's a badger. Hello. 2 of them. 3 of them. Oh God, where's the other guy gone? There he is. Come on. Come on, stamina, don't let me down now. No. The pig is gonna kill me. You little pig. Oh, you little... Horrible, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna have to deal with that pig, you know that. I had that other guy there. Yeah, you die now. I knew that was gonna backfire on me. Okay. Well, that's a pity. We lost the other badger because of that. We can grab on elsewhere. I think I'll clean out the nest now, to be honest. Yeah, okay, let's get our revenge on this guy. Where is he? That it? No. Oh yeah. Take that, bacon. Ah, that's it. They're down. Okay, we got all three that time. I thought we needed them. I just couldn't let them get away with that. The bow is decent, but it takes too long to load. Okay, one badger, wasn't it? Really? I don't think that guy he's gone for the hills, I'd say. He kinda came down this way, didn't he? Nah. I doubt we'll find him now. Oh, there he is. Oh, you good thing. Come here, you. Yeah. There you go. That's it, we're done. That should be all our quests. Now all we gotta do is just visit the villages and take their cash. I think we're okay for health. We'll fix that when we get back. Right. Let's get out of here. Possible to wear any kind of armor in summer. This guy never shuts up.
Giddy up.
Okay.
Making competition.
Yeah. Let's go.
Perfect. Now, let's give him this junk.
How can I help you? Good luck. How is life treating you? Have a nice day. How can I help you? See you soon. How is life treating you? Take care.
That should be it. Let me see. Oh, hang on, the market thingy. There was a ton of those quests.
How do you do? See you around.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Let's get rid of this junk that we have and we'll be good, Bill. We'll take the wagon. Save us a ton of time.
How is life treating you?
The best about this is the clock doesn't go forward. You know, once you do this exactly the same time. So you have a good chance of getting all the villages out. That's it. At least I don't think it goes forward.
Oh, it's here.
Okay. Yeah, we've had enough of your cabbage and carrots. By the time I started getting rid of some of them, I'd
See you
say.
around.
Now, where's that hunter? Okay.
King seems to be doing just fine.
There he is.
How do you do?
There. What did I just sell? Probably for something, I don't know what I just sold. There. Make much of a difference anyway.
So long.
Okay, 2 more NPCs. Here's one, and then the herb lady. I want to keep those. Yeah, I want to sell them. No.
Good luck.
Right, one more. She's usually down at the hut. No, she's not. Yeah, she is. There she is.
How do you do?
No, that's
Take
it.
care.
Right, let's start with here anyway. So just 2 more villages to hit real quick. And then we'll get to the settlement. We'll start picking out the nasty stuff that I was avoiding.
Hello there.
The true hardships of life.
Oh, he's inside. Okay.
How can I help?
Oh, I just collect these from this guy.
So long.
You know, I'm something of a village head.
Yeah, that's not too bad. The last two are here.
Hello. Have a nice day. How are you?
That's not too bad. Just one more village in our history.
How do you do? Have you seen any back?
We're going to make sure and get rid of all of the perishable junk we have. This is our last stop. Yeah, that would do. Now, I'll get that lady that makes a dash for the orchard first. Where is she? There she is.
Hello there.
Now, we're getting rid of this junk here. Now.
So long.
Don't mind the berries, I'll make wine from it. It doesn't really make a difference.
How are you?
Well, I got a silly quest where I wanted 700 of them or something, so I've been kind of hoarding them ever since. What about some beetroots? The berries.
See you around.
Right, one more. And then we'll have a look. Okay. Yeah, he's here all right. Where is this guy? Yeah, I can see his symbol there, look. Where is it? Is he all the way down? Oh, there he is. There he is.
How is life treating?
That's it, we're done. Right, let's get back. I want to dump this junk off. And see if we can sleep till morning. If not, we'll see what we can do. We'll do a bit on this settlement this season. Well, we're in autumn now. Oh, is it summer? Is it summer? No, it's autumn actually. Sugar. I should have changed into
It's mushroom time.
my padded armor. It doesn't matter. Yeah, winter can't do anything. It's kind of hard to get out of that season. Okay. I thought it was summer. It's not. It's autumn. We'll have to. Yeah, usually he complains with a cold.
Once I met a...
Hello.
Yeah, we'll change. Let's get rid of this junk. Get our horse in. Yeah, you stay there. You're cool there. Hmm. Yeah, that would do. Hmm. Right.
One has been buttering our king.
There, that's the way we should have been dressed this season. Yeah, and get away with 3 seasons with this stuff. I think it's too early to sleep, is it? It is, by about 5 minutes. Now, okay, and let's save here. Let's see what we've got. I haven't really experimented with, you know, the stuff we can find, throwing it around, see if we can do that. I know everything will stay. And let me see. Let's do a little experiment here for a moment. It's gonna be hard to get that to, I don't think we'll be able to prompt that, will we? Not really, not worth the hassle. Now you can move this, but you can't straighten it up, you can't move it in the air. You know, it's not like Oblivion. You can't lift it up from the ground. No, this would be probably impossible with the tools. Nah. No, we don't have an open barrel like... Yeah, well, even the developers, if you think of it, when you go to that guy outside that main town, there's a barrel and it's got no top and he's got all of the farm tools inside. We don't have an open barrel, so we can't do that. We've only got these ones here. So we'll have to think of something else. Yeah. I wonder would you be able to... Nah. We'll just keep... I tried to put stuff on that, it would just keep slipping off. Here, let me try something here. Oh, we can store junk in this. 40 kilos. That might be handy. No. There's too much of a slant on that. I don't think we get that. Not a hope. Yeah, it's coming down too much. Let me see. There's a spot down here. Just killing time till we can sleep in the morning, then we'll do the big stuff. Okay, I haven't even practiced this stupid thing properly. Maybe that might work. Oh yeah. There we go. Let's see if we can pull this guy into place. Oh, that's dodgy. Yeah, it's dodgy, isn't it? 1 second now, come on. If I let go of it now, it would just fly away. There, that's okay. I can live with that one. Now this is this guy here. And the problem is it's consumable. So when you drop it, it doesn't stay lighting. It's a pity. Yeah, it's a pity because you could really put some lighting in here, like this. The torches, too much. Out from the fact that they don't look too good, they're very, very hard on performance. Anything with a flame, these are not too bad. But I'd only put them where I could, you know, kind of disguise them with a tree or something that just stand out too much. And that would work there. Let's see if I can get, I don't know, come in with a basket and firewood. We work away. It's not hardly worth it, is it? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if we're going to go the whole hog, I suppose. Yeah, we'll do the small touches and then we'll see how it goes. This can be tedious, this kind of decorating. You could spend a half an hour at something and then find out that it's just not working. Now just quickly get something to drink and then we need to make some wicker crates. Might as well finish this properly. The chances of me playing this map again are not much better than 0. It's a great game. Yeah, I don't know, maybe sometime in the future, but when you spend too long doing something. Well, I'll definitely do it on the other map because I got some achievements on that. That's why I came here first. I could have getting all the achievements probably on the first map and then I might not be so keen to come here, you know. Now, we just light this up, so we'll see if we can spruce this place up a little bit. So, what I've been doing with these here is doing junk like that. It's the same with fruit in the inn and ore in the blacksmith. See that kind of thing there. But some of them can be really nasty and take a long time to do. All depends if you can get lucky, you know, dropping the basket. But pulling them into place, they go kind of sideways. But you'd want plenty of time for this. Okay, we'll make 3 of them. Use them for something. Right, so we're concentrating on the woodshed for a little bit. I'll get some junk in here later, you know that. But one step at a time. Alright, here we go. Now... Oh no, that's not gonna do, but let's see. Oh, that wasn't bad. You need to drop it in. Watch this when we try to... it's not bad. You see that turn? That kind of kills me. It's not the worst. See what I mean? Yeah. Okay, we'll try it again. It's all about lining your character up as well, but it's sheer luck, to be honest. Okay, a little further than that. Oh, that's not bad. That's actually not that bad. What do you think, guys? Yeah, I think we'll get away with that. This game, yeah, this is my first playthrough. I went to... I think it's quite good, but then I'm into kind of building survival games. Kind of started off with Valheim. But it's kind of like Valheim, but it's not so focused on the bosses and that. You know, it's the farming. There is some combat in it as well, but not like Valheim. Well, it's got that medieval. I always had a penchant for, you know, medieval type games. You know, played a lot of Skyrim, Oblivion, you know, all that stuff. But I think it's quite decent, and for a survival building game, it's the best I've seen with this kind of interaction with NPCs and the micromanagement. Like I've got, I don't know, close to 120 villagers here. They can have their own families, you can show them where to work, you got to supply food, water, beds, all of that stuff, keep them happy. But then you can kind of micromanage it once you get enough in, you know, so they'll pretty much take care of themselves. So let's say you've got someone cooking meat to feed the settlement. Well, then you need someone to hunt it, so they would supply that. And then obviously you need water. So you'd have someone on the well, but then someone has got to make the buckets, and someone has got to supply the logs. So you kind of, you know, once you get enough, you kind of work it that way. But this is what I've done here. And probably just as hard as building the settlement was getting the lines on this right. So that's what we've got here. It's kind of huge. It is fun. So that's the size of our settlement, and this is the biggest town on the map here. This is the main one. So I think we're a bit bigger. And that's ours. So basically when I came in here, there was just this bridge. That was the only thing that was here. And someone showed me this spot. They said it was one of their favourite places to build. I picked it because it's relatively flat here. It's got plenty of large trees. That's what I need. And of course the waterfall. That was the clincher. And it's even got a mine here as well. There's 5 of them on the map. But I've been months at this thing. Yeah. We got a mine as well. And now I'm nitpicking with decorations. Because, yeah, I probably won't play this map again. I will go to the other one, but I'll have to give it a bit of time. Another game, maybe Cyberpunk or something like that. Then get my last 3 achievements on that and build on that map. That one is more focused. It's story mode. So, you know, before here all you need is the money and the experience to build this stuff. On the other one, you've got to do the quests to unlock the buildings as well on top of that. So that will be different. Had I've gone to that map first, I would probably be able to get all of my achievements, and you know, I wouldn't be so keen maybe to go to this map. And then I was starting from scratch, so I wanted to kind of learn the ropes in the game. It's kind of a little bit overwhelming with the micromanagement at first, you know. It can be a little iffy sometimes. Like take for instance when you put your first guy on the well. You put a ton of stuff in the resources, let's say for buckets for him, but he still says no resources. Then you take it out of there and you put it in the barrel on the well and I still say, you know, still come up no resources. So what I did was I put him in boat and it evened out, and then when he ran out of buckets on the well, let's say on the barrel, he started to normally take him from the resource thing. But that confused me for a while. So there's a couple of little minor things like that, but you get through it, you know. Yeah, let me just save it here. Yeah, so yeah, this is what we've been doing here. As I said, we only had the bridge. That's the only thing here that's original. And the roadway, obviously. I wanted this to be something like 2/3 the size, but you know, and we're gonna have to start on that shortly. Actually, we use our horse because this is a bit big. Come on. Oh, wrong spot, horsey. Ah, forget about the horse. And these are all crops, seasonal crops. We're growing everything here. And there are hops here on this, and orchard here. You can rotate the crops on this on the management, but I think I'm growing rye and oats here, which is perfect because from that I can make feed as well, and flour. Now, I haven't finished with this one yet, but probably the nastiest thing is doing these. I had a lot of experience in Oblivion placing stuff freehand, but this is a little different. I had a problem, let's say, when I stopped finishing in the walls to totally encompass this. Obviously I couldn't put anything across here in the wall. So I came up with a bridge here, which was just perfect. Throw a few nets in. So obviously when I had the bridge I went ahead with a road on this. So that kind of worked out pretty decent. I didn't have to do this barricade, but I think it looks good. There's no attacks or anything like that. Your villagers won't die from attacks or bandits or animals, but it will die of old age. I haven't had one pass away yet, but there's one guy, I suppose. Yeah, I think when they get to 60, there's a chance of them dying after that. I still need to do some decorating here as well. So there's donkeys, there's horses, goats, sheep, pigs, cattle, hens, geese. Yeah, there's lots of stuff. And bees. So we make our mead. But I still have tons of decoration to do on this. When I say decoration, I mean throwing junk like this around the place. A few fine touches. And this is the center of the settlement here, so it's just a large orchard. I picked pear trees because They were the most, well, how can I put this? They stood out the most, they were the largest. And I needed that as a backdrop for this. Tiny trees with this large fence just wouldn't work. So there's herbalist huts, kitchens, houses, sewing huts, workshops, all that kind of stuff. Food storage, resource storage. Let me see. Let me get across here. And tons of houses. I don't have much to do in this main inn here. I'm surprised I found room for another one. The ground has to be, you know, really flat before you can get these guys in. And that's about it. That's everything I've done so far on this one. But I would recommend it if you like the kind of building aspect. But it will take up all your time. It will definitely take up all your time. Right, let's get to this. Now, let's see if we can get this one to work. Oh yeah, we need firewood, don't we?
Hey! I was using that.
20. Be enough. Now, I'll just quickly get something to drink, guys. It won't be a second. Okay, now this is a bit on the high side. We'll try it from here. No, I don't think we'll get around there, will we? Okay, we'll have to do this the hard way. Yeah, that's the problem. What can I have to deal with that? Now when this goes in, never ever drag it. It will move the basket as well, so if you don't like the position, you're gonna have to do this. Take it out. Now, we don't need too much in that, but you know, something nice and full. Well, that's no good. Maybe one more. Yeah, I could live with that, I'd say. You're not really gonna fit it any better than that. Here, hang on. Let's see if we can get one more here if it will lay flat. Oh, that's nice. That's good. Yeah, that would do. Okay, happy enough for this one. Roughly in the right position. Okay, we can call it on that basket anyway. Now, what did I need to do? There's something I missed somewhere. Oh yeah, this one down here. Might as well do it properly. I suppose we can grab some stone for it down here. Another basket. This is the last of the baskets. I think I've got them all after this. It's better doing it in a small bit in every area and mixing it up, because you stick too long in one place, you'll burn out pretty quickly. Yeah, this is the last one down here. I did the other ones earlier. Now these ones are a lot harder to place. But we'll see how it goes. I'll be more than surprised if this goes correctly. Okay. Oh, not bad. Almost there. Let's see about there. Oh, that's not bad. That's actually not bad. Right. We need a ton of stone. Yeah, we're really short on sticks as well, so we'll grab those. Wasting your time cleaning this up. Every season there's a new scattering, so you'll have to live with it. Oh, that was something I used for a marker. I must have missed it, probably when I was doing the fence. I think that's enough. We're just clearing off this area. I think that should be enough. Right, let's see if we can fill the basket. We definitely have enough now. Okay. Now be nice. Yeah, they're a bit chunky, alright. Limestone is a little easier. But I've already done one in limestone, so I wanted to get this one in stone. There we go, perfect. That one just dropped, didn't it? Let me take this one for a second. Let's see if we can get this to drop a little more. I don't know, one is bad, the other is worse. Yeah, that's what I don't need. You see that moving? Yeah, it just wants to go there, doesn't it? I need it to... I'll take the other one out if I have to, but... There we go. Yeah, that would do. To be honest, I'd like to get one right there. Yes. That works. That would do. Right. There's still so much to do on this. The only real thing I have to work with is the haystacks, and they would get a bit old after a while, wouldn't they? Right, let me dump off this junk. Oh, I've got wheels and stuff here. Let me see what I've got here. And see if we can throw it around somewhere. These guys. Only the only thing of reasonable size. Get rid of that meat. I don't think I can get that laying against something. I don't think it works that way. Tried it with the shovels and tools. It's not going to be much on the ground lying flat. But maybe it's different with the wheels. We'll see. Haven't really checked them out yet. The inside ones, I don't think I'll bother with a basket on those. Just the ones outside. No point in decorating those like that. Just the visible ones from the outside. Let me see. No, it will drop straight on the ground. Yeah, that's just the physics of it. It's never gonna lean against this. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it is. It's gonna be America, but I don't know. I suppose it's possible, but I can't do it. Yeah, maybe if we try and trap it like this, so it bounces onto me. Oh! Physics on that guy. No, not a hope. Yeah, you're not gonna lean that. Not without some kind of mod. It's designed to be flat. Let's see. You might get away with one or two of them anyway, even if they are kind of flat. But not the effect I was looking for, to be honest. Whatever. Not gonna get much better than that. But the likes of that should be leaning against something. Gotcha. Okay, we'll work with that one. It's a pity. I suppose we could fill that with manure. The problem with the manure, it's like Fallout New Vegas. You know, the ash piles. They're kind of flat on one end and they're kind of piled up on the other. So when you start stacking them on each other, they kind of get a weird shape. But I think it's the only thing we can put in this. I suppose we could put... I don't know. I wonder what the crops would look like. A cabbage, maybe. Yeah. Have we got any cabbage? Well, it's definitely colourful. Oh, I sold it all. Stupid. Oh, hang on. No, I didn't. There's a ton of it here. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Definitely give it a bit of colour. Let's see. It's kind of ironic. The NPCs keep saying we use manure, no fertilizer to create cabbage, and then to create more cabbage, and then more cabbage for more fertilizer, kind of thing. Some kind of saying like that I have. Okay. Now. Yeah. I think we could go with this. Now I have the rotting turned off so we can decorate outside so they won't decompose. But if you hold them in a container, yeah, they will. Yeah, we'll probably get away with this. Yeah, the holds quite a bit of cabbage as well, doesn't it? We might need a few more, I'd say. But not too many. Yeah, a few more. About another 6 or 7, I'd say would do it. Yeah, that don't look too bad. Considering we don't have a ton of decorating options. Right, let's get some sleep. Now, if we go to winter in another season, we can't build, and it's kind of hard to get through the 3 days. Just literally standing around, so let's see what we can do in this season before we skip forward. Now, let me just get something to drink.
I don't want to be lonely anymore.
Okay. Right. We'll have to tackle that other one in a minute, a large field. Let's get out this one first. Do the smaller bits. We need this, sticking out just enough so it's kind of noticeable. About as high as that one, or maybe a little higher. Let's get a few more cabbage. More than enough. Now you could drag these because this was built into place. Not like the baskets. I want to see how this goes for a moment. Perfect. Oh, let's test my theory on this for a moment. Ah, there we go. that's not good. Squeeze one more here, will we? And then we should be able to call it on that one. Yeah, that would do. Maybe one there, we can get it to... Not a hope. There, you stay there for a moment. Let's see if we can get it to roll into place from here. Nah. No. Okay. Yeah, that would work. That's our cabbage.
Try.
Oh, sugar. Yeah, this guy's gonna die. Hang on.
I love doing the same thing every day.
There. We didn't pick up any food either. Well, that's another one out of the way. Definitely the cabbage was the way to go, that little contrast in green. Perfect. So, let's see where we are now. Not entirely happy with that wheel. What can you do? But yeah, I like that. Wasn't too hard to do either. Right. We'll save that progress anyway. That's another item out of the way. So, I wouldn't mind trying a little experiment here. Something low to the ground. Let me see. Well, that's not really low enough. Not a hope. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, to maybe do a little bit of stacking or something with these. Well, not exactly like that, but yeah, it would look better than that. Let's see if we can stack these. There we go. Not so silly now. By a little bit. No, you're not gonna prompt them. It's a pity. Let's see what else we have. No, everything is kind of made to lie flat. Well, all you've got is the wicker basket thingies, the haystacks, the bags, the barrows, and these package thingies. Parcels. Bundles. Whatever it is. Okay, let me grab a few pieces of junk here for a moment. Let's get serious about this. Clay bottle. Okay, I don't really use those. No, and definitely not the jug. Okay, maybe the mugs. What else have we got here? Okay, wooden cups maybe. That's that. Now, there's a couple of things I haven't really used here. Where's that mead? Yeah, my god. Okay. Yeah, I kind of used the rest of them. I might be able to use those potions inside the decorating later. Yeah, I'll have a look at those in a moment. Let's see. Let's see if we can get some random stuff on these barrels. No, these are the barrels we can't touch because they're slanted too much. Pity. Something, let's say, with a flatter base. See what we have here. I'm not putting a basket on that. Not a hope. And that could be a problem, getting that cup out. See what I mean? That's a reload for... Oh no, got it. Okay, cancel that one. The potions. Let me see. Well, obviously the herbalist hut. Where is it? Here, I wonder if we could work those potions. Oh, I see, I can't really put them there. Oh, I'll grab one by accident. Not really a lot you can do here. Let me see. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Oh, that's a pity. It's a pity they're not different colour. The ball. Ah, no. I think he actually hits that with his hand, does he? The other one will get away with it, but I don't know if it's worth it for that. Let's see if we can get one more here. Doesn't seem to be working. No. Okay. Well, one is better than nothing, I suppose. Not that it's going to make a ton of difference. Okay, let's get rid of this junk and we'll see about this thing here. We'll start to move to the bigger ones. We can revisit those after if we get another idea or some kind of plan. Something else we could use, maybe. There's not much more I can do here. Now, I could, I suppose, do a very low wicker fence on this, leaving a spot open here. Would work. But I'd have to be careful because I'd need it pretty straight. And if I use the fields to do the marking, I will get rid of these bushes, which I want to keep. Okay, I'll work that one out later. It's something here and here as well. Right, let's get rid of those potions for a moment. Okay. Right. This has always been the problem for me now, this large area. Ta! So much for the mead. Not a hope. No, there's just too much of a slant here. Yeah, this is it's no good for building. You see that slant? It's got to be reasonably level. It's a miracle I got away with the ones inside that inn. Okay. A rough center, I suppose, around these trees. This doesn't have to be 100% accurate. We need it to be, well, maybe a tiny bit random. Now, we'll check out the small, medium, and the large. I was hoping to get away with medium and large in this one. So this is the large one here. See, I know you can overdo it with these as well. Not much more I can do with this area, to be honest. I can use carts and other stuff, but that will only, cover so much. No. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got away with that. The last thing we wanted to do is line them up too much. Yeah, that's what you're really forced to do. Now, the only other stuff we can put in here is carts, barrels, blah blah blah. Basically what we did here. Make sure there's a few spots with a bit of room as well, so we'll give it a bit of contrast. Okay. There's another thing as well. I must have missed it when I was doing the marking. You'll see it here. Yeah, this stupid thing. I'll fix that in a moment. It'll be easy now because I've got the two gates in. I must have missed it when I was doing the marking. Okay, I think we can go with this. Well, anything is better than leaving it empty, you know? I'm disappointed with this. All I had to do was to make a front board on this. You could load some junk into it. You know? It's a pity. Kind of a wasted opportunity. Okay, we could probably live with that. Can't exactly overdo it either, you know? I want one space to kind of stand out where it's not so packed. That would be the space here. Okay. Now let me see. Let's see, what time is it? Do it tell by our map. Yeah, still a few minutes. Right. This stuff here is going to do most of the heavy lifting, you know that. Definitely. No, I can't overdo it too much for this stuff. Yeah, I can get it just a little bit closer. Bye bye rock. No, no, no. little bit shy in these areas here. There's not a thing I can use in those, to be honest. And definitely not there. No, this is the only one I can use. Yeah, let me see. No, definitely not. No, you're really on the storage containers. Not much more you can do. You're not even allowed to stack these on each other. Which is a pity, you know. Yeah, that's not too bad now, I suppose. We'll see if we can find something a little later, but we got the heavy part done. There's one more thing I need to do. But I'll definitely need a save for this one. Oh, I can't really with the chair, can I? Let me see. No, I'll have to get rid of the chair. I don't know if I want to sacrifice the chair for that. I don't think it would kind of work anyway. Yeah, okay, I'll worry about it later. Right, let's get some sleep. Right. Oh, I have a plan. I think I have a plan. Let me see. Let me see. I wonder if it would work. Oh, that's too small. That's way too small. And that's even a bit small as well. Hang on.
Have you heard?
No, I haven't got any large. Okay, I'll make a few large.
Horse that could climb over.
Might be able to chuck some bottles around here or something and have an empty bottle thingy there. Oh, hang on, what's that? Might work. I was looking a little naked. Yeah, okay. That's the only thing we can do there, really. And then when the other pear trees, when they grow to their full extent, then I can see what we can do on these guys. What do I need? Large wicker basket. I have a crate as well, but I don't want to use the crate. It's a bit on the large side. Although it would be easier to fill. Yeah, we need a few of these anyway. What else can we actually see what we can make here? No, that's only utensils, junk. Okay. We'll get 2 of them anyway. Oh my. Yeah, that would be the way to go. Now let's see how big this crate is. Yeah, that's roughly around the size I'd need. Yeah, okay. Let's see how this works. Yeah, we might be able to just get away with this one. Sometimes when you overfill, they'll keep moving, and yeah. I know we might get away with this one. These guys are heavy drinkers. Very, very heavy drinkers. I might need a few more. Might have to scatter some around, maybe. Okay, we'll grab a few more. They need to be kind of visible from the top, you know? Ish. I thought I grabbed enough, but they're a lot smaller than I thought. That's the only basket that was even coming close to what we need. Okay, I think I better make some, you know that. That guy needs that for making the hops and stuff, the beer. So we'll make some down here. Wine bottle, mead bottle, and the beer bottle. There it is. Oh! Oh, we don't have a lot of clay. Oh, I might have taken it out. Hang on. Yeah, I think it was weighing up too much. Yeah, let's get it. Yeah, I think it was weighing up too much. I think I have it here to the side. Yeah, there it is. 5,560. Oh my god. I wonder I took it out. Oh yeah, yeah.
Have I seen you today? I have such a bad memory for faces, and there are so many people who look like peas in a pod. Hey!
Yeah, that should do. No. Okay, round 2. That's nearly there, I'd say. I knew that was going to backfire on me. Yeah, I don't mind leaving that there. That is kind of annoying me, to be honest. I need to throw some around anyway. Just that dip there I want to get rid of. It's coming over too far. That I hope. Oh, got the beer bottle. There it is. Yeah, let's try it from this angle here. No, they're just gonna bounce out. That would do, I'd say. Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get it. Well, the obvious place is here, isn't it? Oh. And I couldn't, that's the strange thing about it, I couldn't get it to go on this. Unbelievable. That I hope. No, I can't get it to fall over. There it is. Yeah, we could probably work something with this.
I'm parched.
Oh God, this guy is... You know what? I think while we're building, guys, we'll turn off that food and hunger thing. We're just going to be running every 5 seconds for this guy. Yeah, that thirst and hunger thingy. Yeah. Just while we're doing this. This is going to distract us. Oh, where were we? Perfect. Yeah, that's it, that will do. We don't want to overdo it. And it would work. That's it with the beer bottle thingy anyway. It's the best we could do, I think, on that one. Now, let's dispose of them. And I don't know what I'm going to do here. It's going to be more of the same, really. I can't see any other way of getting out of it. The last thing we need is more hen houses and stuff like that. Or more crops. We can't deal with what we have. Oh, that wall I've got to repair. Yeah, I'll have a shot at that. Let me just get rid of this junk. Right, we definitely need a save for this. I'll need a marker. There's a slight turn in this wall. For some reason, there it is. There. The rest is pretty straight. Right, just in case we mess up. Yeah, okay. Roughly around there. See, you need it all in one straight line. You try to add like that, it just messes up. But I can't see much of a problem here because we've got the two fences. The two gateways, I mean. Right, let's see if we can make this work without getting rid of that junk. I hate the way it does that on the second one, but Let's see where that one is before we go. It's kind of tucked a little bit. Come on now. Nah, not much we can do about that. I wonder if we do it from the other direction where we get it tighter. That space is kind of killing me. I think I think so. Yeah, we're kind of coming downhill on this, so I think we just might be able to get it tighter from the other end.
Ew.
See where that's pretty flush? Then you've got that tiny space. The reason is that little lip on the bottom here on this. See that tiny space? Let's just give it a shot. See if we go from the other side, but to be honest, I doubt it. And if not, we'll just do it real quick. But that post is slightly tilted the other way. I don't think it will make much of a difference, but what I was saying. Right, let's have a look at this. Actually, if anything, it might be a little worse. It actually might be a little worse. Let me see. Yeah, it might be a tad worse. Well, that's pretty decent. Let me see. Oh, hi, Cat. Yes, I remember you. You were talking about the last time we were speaking about some scammer was trying to do artwork or something, wasn't it? So how have you been? What have you been up to? Yeah. So I hope everything worked out okay for you. Yeah. Let me have a look. It is a little tighter, guys. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, that would work. What I need is, well, it used to be a mod on Fallout 4 was idea for this kind of stuff. It was called Place Anywhere. You could really, you know, get things close together. Invaluable. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, that's nice. Nice, nice. Yes. Well, like everything else, the internet can be a double-edged sword. You'll meet some nasty, nasty people as well. But just like in real life, you know, the majority are, you know, decent, nice people. And then you get, you know, some nasty people as well. The thing is to, you know, to find some good friends, and, you know, if there's any red flags and stuff, just, you know, get away from them and find someone, you know, that's, you know, maybe less nasty. Oh, we didn't check the map, but it should be okay. We followed exactly the same line. Let me have a look. Yep. Let's get this last one in. I'm kind of average. I would consider myself, I suppose, Christian. But how could I put this? I don't, you know, kind of advertise it or push it into anyone's face, or, you know, be that kind of hypocritical to, you know, pretend to be a Christian yet do some, you know, really horrible things when it comes to charity and stuff like that. Ah. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. But you'd be surprised, you know, how people can hide behind religion. You know, usually the person that preaches the most is usually the one to look out for. People can use religion as a cover, like they do in politics, or, you know, adopting a cause, you know. Yeah. Religion should be practiced in silence, you know. And every religion should be respected. You know, in the end, you know, they all want the same thing. You know, peace and being nice to each other. You know? But people can twist the words of any religion to make it suit themselves. Ah, you see what I mean? That is the definition of hypocrisy. No, I have no problem with religion or even lack of religion. You know, it doesn't bother me either way. You know, what your religion is or lack of. You know, if you want to believe in something, you know, you're not harming anyone. Yeah. Talk about being a hypocrite. You said he was very religious, and then you said you said a prayer for him, and then he said you're insane. Oh my god. He had no self-awareness, hasn't he? Oh, some people. That's a good one. Oh, that lunatic, yeah. Unbelievable. But odds are, if someone keeps proclaiming their religion and it's usually a mask for something else. Shouldn't have to do that. Absolute red flag. Yeah, absolutely. But, when I was younger, I would go to church regularly. But being from an area, being here so long, I kind of know everyone's secrets, you know what I mean? You know what it's like in some towns that you can't do anything without everyone knowing your business, and some nasty people, some really nasty people. I would see them come into church like they were little saints, with their hands joined and praying away. They were good little Christians. And then when they left for that half an hour service, outside, they were demons again. That sickened me. Yeah. So I would go to church now for functions and stuff, but personally I believe that my fate is between me and God. I don't need anyone else. I'll answer to him in the end. So when all the scandals come up, this, that and the other, the hypocrites obviously used it as an excuse to distance themselves. Which means they had no faith in the beginning. All of these crimes were horrible, and yeah, the church was slow to act. Too slow, to be honest. But as I said, my religion is between me and God, so unless he came down himself and did that, I don't have much faith in clergy or anything like that. They've got the same weaknesses as we have. But I will say they're protected too much. But any big institution like that is protected too much. We can say the same for law enforcement. If they do something, it's either hushed up or, downplayed, which should never be. Well, you're entitled to some kind of privacy. Within reason. But religion and politics can be a touchy subject. Oh, let's see if we can get some rest. But I would definitely not call myself ultra-religious. I'd work out about average, I suppose. I don't believe all the teachings, because they were written by people. I base my facts in science, or at least what we know of it. But the preachings and teachings, I suppose, through generations, been written and rewritten. Obviously, people will make little amendments here and there. Yeah, and that's your choice, obviously. Yeah. There we go, I think we got it, guys. So, we're looking at this one, aren't we? Absolutely. If you keep looking to your past or dwelling on it, you have no future. Always looking forward. Whatever mistakes you made or thought you made or opportunities you took or didn't take, that's all in the past. You have the power to change. It starts in the mind at any time. There's no time limit. Yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad, guys. I think we'll... Yeah, we got rid of that little piece there. Can't believe I missed that. I must have been doing it when I measured it up. But that works. So... all we can do here, guys, is that haystack thing again, I'm afraid. We don't really have a ton of decorations. Okay, let's go with it. I have no choice. Now, we might not need... Maybe the haystacks might not work here. No, definitely not, but we can go with the rubbish. The carts and the bars and that kind of stuff. But no, not the haystacks. Bit much. Absolutely. Always looking forward. A person who always looks to the past has no future. Although, there is a contradiction in that. And I'd say history will tell us that, you know, by not learning lessons from the past, we're doomed to repeat them. So, you know, like a lot of things I see now internationally that's going on in countries, you know, if you liked history, especially as I did as a kid growing up, and you know, read a lot of books and you know, that kind of stuff, you can see literally the same stuff play out maybe every century. Some little thing sparks it off. There's a couple of central people. The reasons might be slightly different. The names are obviously different, but it all really goes to the same spot. It's like you get a generation that learn a lesson the hard way, and they vow never to make that mistake again. But that generation eventually dies out. And maybe their kids might remember from the stories, but once it gets down to the grandkids and that, it's a lesson that seems to have to be learned all over again, you know? Strange. Yeah, okay. Maybe something along here, guys, to be honest. Yeah, it's a little bit... I don't know what we could do with this one, to be honest. Get these trees out of the way for a moment. I'll only go back next season anyway, but... I don't know. The last thing I want to do is... you know, make this a road, because it will really come in contrast with this. Let's have a quick look for a moment. Yeah, it would look... Oh, yeah, it would. And maybe if I get it centered, but no. You see how horrible it would look? Let me see. What could we do with something here? I really need more decorating stuff. Oh, this is called Medieval Dynasty. It's like a kind of building survival kind of game. When we got here, it was just a bridge, so we built up a pretty large town. Always wanted to try something on this scale, or maybe even a bit bigger. But I'm kind of pushing the game at this. But it's holding up really good. Yeah, it's holding up really good. But just a bridge when we got here. I don't have one of the old saves. I should have kept one really, but they don't give you a lot of saves. Yeah, just this bridge. So everything else out from this bridge was added. And you can see the outline here from the map, so this place is huge. So I'm just kind of doing the finishing touches. No problem. Thanks for stopping in, Cat. And you too. Take care and be safe, Cat. Bye. It's a bit Spartan, alright. Now, I already got the light in here, I did. Yeah, you could go with the classic one the other side, but maybe too much. Yeah, let's have a quick look. Maybe not. Now this would have to be dead centered. This is horrible. Fixing this. The angle you need to use. So you're talking about basically something like that. Yeah, okay, that works. Now, if I had that mod from Fallout that plays anywhere, I could literally push that into the tree, just exposing this. That would be a game changer. I could put a ton of those in. Pity. Now, I don't think there's much we can do. No. Definitely won't put chairs in here. It would be ridiculous, to say the least. Oh no. Oh, I can give it a. I'll give it a check. The problem is, we would need to seal this off then. I don't know, might be worth a try. Okay. Wrong one. Ah, sugar. You definitely have to square this. Now there is a small problem with that, I'm afraid. I don't know, could I go with wicker on this? Probably. But if I went with wicker, let me see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, there's 11. So let's see, sometimes it's stretch out at a different length, so depends on where you make the turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 11 as well. Let me just have a quick look. So if you went wicker across here, and then let's say, well, I used a lot of these. Every second one of these. No, 11, there'd be a center point. The center point would be 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be the center point there. It's definitely worth a look-see anyway. The ground would have to be pretty level for this now, you know that. But we could get some nice flowers in here. We'll cut down the size of this as well. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5. So here, if we put something with, yeah, let's say chicory. Something that would stand out. Chicory again. Henbane. It's roughly the same size. Well, it goes in a different season. There's that, and I don't know, maybe the smaller one. But I need something that creeps up along the wall a little bit. They're the only two plants. Thistle is a waste of time, but we're in autumn. Spring everything will bloom anyway. Now we'd have to repeat the same process on the other side. Yeah, okay, maybe we might get away with that. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Now there's other ones, but I don't know. What do you think, guys? No, bit on the small side for what we're looking for. Now I can use them in here later. That I can do. And this is for my kind of final thing on the stuff. Oh, hi Wolf. Pretty good, pretty good. We got a lot done. And now fussing about the last of it. So, how have you been? How's the weekend been so far? Yeah, I'll show you what I've been up to. Yeah, let me just save this. So, you remember I was trying to do this last time and I had some time to mark it out earlier today. So that's exactly what I was looking for, this kind of look here. And it went nice and snug on this, I must admit. So got all this done and this other one up here. Oh, is it? Yeah, you're right. I think it is. Been fine. That's right, yeah. Almost forgot. And that there. Kinda hard to get enough junk to fill this without repeating yourself too much. And once these grow, I'll put down some tables and baskets like a little picking area. I need to have them grow to their full size. So those two, and we did some other little decorations down there. But this as well. There's only so many of these I can use. But it kind of works here. Not a lot of decorations, you know, for these large areas. I'm sure on PC there'll be some kind of modded pieces for this. Oh, hi Victor, and how have you been?
I love doing the same thing.
And this kind of stuff here. Somebody was having a good time here. So, what have you been up to, Victor? Yeah, this is my only way out of this one. I think I'm lucky enough the ground just might be even enough to probably get away with this one. It'll be going on that one, isn't it? Let's have a crack at this. I don't think we'd have to seal this up, guys. That is not the 11th one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 it is. At least it seems to be. See, when you're stretching these out, when you're getting to a corner, it will adjust the size of the wall. So sometimes, you know, unless you're going in one huge long line on each side, you'll get a slight difference. And I think there is a tiny slight difference here. Let's have a look. Here, well, there's one way of finding out. Ah, sugar. I forgot. It's going in a different direction. Okay, this is going to have to be a bit of guesswork then. Let's see. No, it's pretty decent actually. Maybe a little closer to the wall there, so it would be. You know, once you get that one on line, there. Yeah, kind of keeping it a fraction more. Yeah, okay, I think we might manage this one. And then this guy here, he'll probably... Ah, sugar on that tray. You got to be kidding me. Ah, sugar. That is horrible. Yeah, it'd be maybe not that much off. Yeah, it's just stupid thing, isn't it? Let me see. Does that look too bad? No, it looks okay. But I will have to adjust for this one, I'd say. Let me no. Well, yeah, you can see a small difference. I can work this one out, I think. All the rest are pretty decent, so... just gotta probably rebuild another one. Social work license, and I'm working in the field. I'm spending time in in New York State. Been decent. Oh, that's good. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad, just biding my time as usual. That's good to hear you're enjoying what you're doing. But I'm not familiar with the social work license thing. Now, there's stuff here that gets done as well. Maybe it's something similar, but by a different name in the US, where, let's say, if you're doing that kind of stuff, you know, field work and that, it's usually, let's say, for the government and forestries. You know, sometimes they'll bring people in for maybe a 3 or 4 month contract if you want to apply. It's something like that. They would pay you directly, and sometimes they'll get you to help out on farms and stuff. It's probably similar. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Not exactly the way I wanted to go with this, but... let's see if it's not too noticeable. So I'm guessing now somewhere about there, I'd say. Oh, it kind of looks good. Yeah, let me see. See, I can't use my normal system for working this out, so we'll do it by eye. That's about right there. We could maybe go down a bit more, guys. Can't really see it from here. Yeah, you're talking about a good bit more, aren't you? But as long as it looks okay to the eye, I think we'll get away with it. Yeah, you'd never realise that one. It's a tiny bit. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, sugar. Wrong one. Yeah, in spring days we'll all blossom. There. Right, that takes the bad luck from that anyway. Now, I suppose while I'm here, I'll do a little bit in here.
The sound of crunch
Oh, I see.
reminds me how
So it's
much
kind of work therapy thing. I get it. That's cool. Yeah, I think there's similar stuff here. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get it, yeah. So, let's say if you come across maybe problem teens, that are getting into trouble, you would, show them about maybe crops growing, stuff like that, get them interested in that, get them doing something, they might find a passion for that and kind of, steer away from the antisocial thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. There's, well, I think they still do youth centres and stuff here, for that kind of thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. Nice, yeah, that would be always handy. Absolutely. Nice. Yeah, Spanish is very popular in the US, isn't it? I think it's like the second most, if not the most spoken language. Yeah. Yeah. There's similar programs here, but by a different name. Second one. Right, let's get some sleep and we'll see about the rest of it. We'll slowly get this done. Oh, I've still got a couple of hours. Kind of drags when you're decorating, it always does. Now if we go to the next season it'll be winter, so we'll be kind of stuck, so we'll stay in this season for a while. Can't do any kind of decorating in winter, I need to see the ground. We'll stay for at least one more day on this. And then we might get in and... Oh yeah, let me check for the quests. But I haven't seen one in ages. No, these are just ones from my settlers, they're just deliveries. Yeah, I know there's at least 2 more. But I think they come up every... kind of randomly. On certain seasons, so I'll have to wait till they show again. And the second they do, just kind of jump on them. There's one here where there was some kind of chest on the bridge. I ignored it a few times because it was too busy. It came back a few times. And then there was one here as well, I think. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it absolutely depends, What is this game? I think it's very good for what it is. It's kind of building survival kind of thing, but it's been, how could I put this, kind of modified, so it's not that much on the bosses and fighting and stuff like that. It's more about gathering resources, hiring villagers. They have families, you kind of organize them into a town and building a town from scratch. Although there is the kind of bandit thing, you'll get some quests sometimes to take them out, but it's just a little part of the game. So it reminds me a bit of Valheim. It's way smaller, the graphics are way better, and you know, there's hundreds of NPCs you can interact with, unlike Valheim, where it's kind of lonely, you know. But what I was impressed with this because, unfortunately, I'm a big BGS player, and just let me sleep for more and I'll show you. You know how when I used to build settlements, Victor, on Fallout 4, so let's say you go to a settlement, you get everything out of the way and you build something nice, and you have nice doors and all that kind of stuff, and then the NPCs start walking into the walls and walking off ledges, not recognizing what you've done. That's always kind of bugged me. But watch this with this game. Now, everything that's here except the bridge, that's the only thing that's original. Now, this is with my horse, but all animals are the same, and the NPCs. There's a massive amount of interaction as well. Only something that BGS could dream about. And these guys are just a tiny developer compared to BGS. Yes, I do. In terms of maps, yeah? Now, let me just save this. Now, this is my horse, so you can whistle it and it will come. Now, the way I designed these fields here, it's my main, I think 8 or 12 crop fields. So it's 7x7 squares. The reason I like those is I get this kind of entrance, nice and symmetrical, right in the center. Dead center, every time. So, something like that. 7x7. Now, if this was BGS game, Bethesda game, you know, you'd have settlers kind of walking into one place, trying to walk through a fence, that kind of silliness. And not to mention it all gathering up in the one area. These guys will spread out and do their work, and you know, whatever you assign them to, no problems, no bugs. In this, well, basically, all of these are kind of light on story. Basically, you're part of a traveling builders guild or something, and you get attacked by bandits. Everyone is killed, and you wake up in a village with kind of doctor, kind of barber doctor guy. So, kind of like Fallout, you know, where you wake up in the village. Now, the original job for your guild was to build a town, a village for the king. But you go to see this guy and he said he wants you to build it anyway, by yourself. So that's what you do. Then you get your villagers in, you pay your taxes, you do all that stuff. But there's a lot to this game. You know, you get 2 villagers in a house. Let's say you've got a 4-bed house. If they're within a decade of each other, you know, within 10 years, male and female, they'll start to have a family as well. And the kids grow up and you can watch them. It's pretty cool. Then when they become 14, you can add them as an apprentice. And then when they become 18, you can put them to work. But you've got a supply of food, water, jobs, that kind of stuff, you know. So it's pretty decent. Now, let's call my horse. Now, watch this. Watch that horse. Okay, where is the horse? There he is. This impressed me because I've been playing the BGS games too long. Not one mistake. How's that? Bethesda Game Studios. Todd. And the Fallout Skyrim crowd. There you go, that's perfection, isn't it? And these are just small developers. And this is the standard, it's just... they're worthless developers in that. Yeah. There you go. So none of that immersion breaking stuff of, you know, people walking off ledges, falling to their death, you know, walking into fences, trying to walk through fences. Now, when I was building this bridge down here, well, there was a ton of kids there at the time. So there was this toddler, he's about 3. And I just finished the bridge. And just as I finished it, he was kind of waddling across the bridge. So he got to about here. And I took out this section of the bridge. I wanted to see how the AI padding was. So the second I took it out, he literally turned around. He waddled off the edge here, and I didn't have the fencing here this time. And he crossed over the other side, across the stream. That was cool. But yeah, some good work by these guys. They know what they're doing. I'd like to see them grow a bit more. You know, do some voice acting, more voice acting, you know, maybe bigger map, more complicated quests, that kind of thing. But they definitely deserve the support they're getting. I think this was well done. They could do with some more decorating stuff, to be honest. But I don't think they've been around long. They're Eastern European. No. This is Render Cube is the name of the company. It's called Render Cube, and they're based in Poland. But most of the kind of decent games seem to be coming from there now, from Eastern Europe. You know. No, BGS couldn't do this in a lifetime, even though it should be simple for them to do. They've got a huge workforce compared to these guys. They've got endless deep pockets now because of Microsoft. And they've got, what, decades of experience? And they're still basically doing slop. Well, they did use the Unreal Engine, which, for some reason, you know, obviously BGS don't want to give a slice of their profits to the Unreal guys. They did use Unreal for the graphics in Oblivion, but left the core creation engine, you know. So this remaster or redo of Oblivion, yeah, all of this is Unreal Engine, as far as I know, yeah. But they only did the graphics on Oblivion. The core engine is still the creation engine. So the same bugs that we've been dealing with for the past 20 years, they're still there. And probably a few new ones as well. And that's it really. Just a layer of makeup is all they gave it. Maybe a couple of few new weapons and that kind of thing. Messed about with a HUD, that kind of stuff. Nothing that a couple of decent talented modders can do. That if you're on PC or even on Xbox, well no, you can't get it on Xbox, but definitely on PC, you'd get vastly superior stuff for free. So all this for $60, €60, whatever when you want to call it. But I think for that kind of money, there should have been the upgrade in graphics. They should have either fixed the bugs or used the Unreal Engine. They should have added achievements, and they should have added quests, more quests. And when I say more quests, I don't mean the Creation Club slop that they do. And they should have had maybe a faction as well, a new faction. But they didn't do that. It was just a blatant cash grab. You know, profiting on sentimentality. Well, absolutely. Yeah, a good story can be a core part of a game, but you'd be surprised how many games just rely on either graphics or something else, you know? This game, yeah, I think it's very good. I enjoyed my time here. And this would have been half the price of Oblivion. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's It's the whole thing is just it's really messed up. You know, this corporation thing. You know, it's really hit gaming hard in the past 10 years. Now we're getting, like, you would imagine as the years go by that they'll be pushing graphics more and what you can do, and you know what I mean, like they used to be doing maybe 10, 15 years ago. You know, always getting something new, something better. But apparently there's no profit in that. What they're doing now is they're regressing the games. You know, dumbing them down, doing less slowly kind of thing. Maximizing profits. It's horrible. And I think everyone would agree with that. Yeah. Like, take for instance Bethesda BGS. You know, they came out with Morrowind, which was, you know, giving everyone something new, that huge world, and then Oblivion, better again. You know, they're never great on the story. Let's be honest. Then Skyrim, you know, that kind of stuff, and then bang. Well, Fallout 4, not so good. I didn't mind it because I like building, but not everyone would like building. But that was it then. It's bye-bye, BGS. But I know it's kind of subjective, in a sense, but the vast amount of players, I'd say, would agree. And they're the guys that would spend the most money, so, you know. But we're talking about an engine. You know, the engine, if they didn't mess it about so much and if they knew what they were doing, would have been okay. Now, there's several engines that go into these games. You have the graphics engine, you have the physics engine. So let's take the physics engine for example. BGS have been using for the past 20 years, I think. They've been using the Havoc engine. I think this is using it as well. Now, we've seen what they've done with the Havoc engine, the physics engine in Oblivion. You know the part where you go into a dungeon in Oblivion? You kill someone and then they start breakdancing around the floor, glitching through walls, that kind of stuff. We've seen it in Skyrim and Fallout 4, with mammoths falling from the sky, that kind of stuff. So they obviously don't know how to work the Havoc engine. These guys are using the engine. They're just a relatively new company compared to BGS, and tons of other companies have been using for decades. None of that, you know, so they have no clue. You know what I mean? No clue whatsoever. Okay. What did we say we were doing? Oh yeah, we did this, and we'll see what else we can do. We might go to the next season, guys, winter. We'll get the quests out. It'll be kind of boring because we'll have to find something to do and kind of wait around. I think each day, well, if we work out a day, sleep at night, it's like 20 minutes, so about an hour to get through the season-ish. And maybe half that time might be taken up doing quests, but if we're lucky, we might find a quest. Yeah. I'm kind of stuck on ideas for this for a while. Kind of too tired.
Nothing is true.
Oh yeah, but isn't that the kind of core of gaming, really, isn't it? So just get away from it. And this is why the social politics didn't go down too well, being thrust into games, because people are trying to get away from the reality of things. Like any hobby, you know, if you like going to the movies, let's say the cinema every week, it's just that little break. Yeah, maybe you like to play tennis or golf. Just get your mind off stuff. But it's not good enough that you now pay them for the game. You pay them for the DLCs. You pay them for the microtransactions. You pay them for the season passes. You deal with unplayable games and bugs. You get the same slop every time they come out with this junk. All of that's not good enough. Now, they need to re-educate you on how to think and stuff like that. Well, that's just in some. sure, there's a lot of stuff going on, and yeah, it has to be addressed. And for most of it, well, for some of it at least, I kind of agree. But games, that's not the forum for arguing that one out. Zero new. Well, the only thing is that's new is they'll start preaching to you. Then it's not helping with, you know, developers of these games going on social media, you know, calling their customers horrible things. You know, that's even before the game is released. You know, saying that, oh, we don't want crusty white males playing our game. Well, newsflash there, buddy. You know, maybe 70 to 80% of the money they're going to make from that game is going to come from crusty white males. You know, so I don't get it, to be honest. And these people are crusty white males themselves, self-hating kind of people. Obviously, serious mental problems. Yeah, but this is a quote from the leading art director from Avowed, from Obsidian. Oh, those guys have dropped from grace. But he went, I remember reading a Twitter rant where he said, blah blah blah, crusty white toxic males, we don't want them. Cool. He definitely hurt the sales on that. So, you know, as a company, if someone alienates your core base and costs you money, you would think you'd get the sack, wouldn't you? You'd be fired. Yeah. No, don't get me wrong, I don't mind the politics. You know, that's their own business. But gaming is not the spot for it. This is a service that people pay for. They don't pay for that. They pay a game to escape. They don't pay to learn about your ideology. Of course, if they want to, you know, but that's not even an issue with me. You know, they can make games from scratch doing that. That's okay. My issue with the whole thing is when they take games that's well established for maybe 2 decades or more, and then they start injecting it into that, changing that game completely, changing characters, doing stuff like that, basically hijacking that game, using that game's kind of fame and that kind of reputation as a kind of Trojan horse. You know what I mean? Sucking you in with that and then hitting you with a switch and bait with the other thing. Knowing that if they had to try and sell the game on the face of it for what it was, probably nobody would buy it. So that kind of stuff. There's that way as well. But no, I don't get me wrong, I don't mind their politics. But not like this. You know, they're entitled to have, you know, whatever social opinions they wish. You know, it's a free world. But they shouldn't expect me to pay them for that. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a game. Yeah, exactly. You know, fair enough if they want to make these kind of games. Yeah, sure, go for it. But hijacking games and ruining them, basically, for a core base. The irony is the people they're trying to reach don't really play games, so they're not gonna make any money. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, think about it. It's capitalism, isn't it? You're making a product and people are buying it. You know, so yeah, stuff happens. You know, so if people don't buy your game and you go bankrupt, yeah, welcome to capitalism. It's not like you can force them to buy it. But there's a lot of game companies now that they will, you know, if they get a nice hit, they'll double down it and kind of stick with that. And I think the core thing in any games company is to listen to some feedback, from the people that are actually buying your game. So, take for instance that guy from Obsidian that probably insulted maybe 70% of his customer base. Now, that must have hit sales in some way, you know what I mean? But definitely with some bad PR. But you would think that the company would say we apologize at the very least for his stupidity. But no, silence from the company. So then you've got to assume that they're all of the same mind. And he was just saying what, they were saying privately. Letting him, obviously come out with it. So if there was too much backlash, they could pawn it off on him, throw him under the bus, kind of thing. But as long as people keep buying this rubbish, it's going to keep going on. Yeah, absolutely. Now, that damaged their sales, and you could say, well, yeah, but there's no reason to be fired over it. If you wanted to go that route. Put it this way, Victor. If you were running, let's say, a diner, or if you're running a supermarket, and you had an employee, right? And your customers were coming in, and he was standing at the door and he was saying stuff like, oh no, we don't want any white males shopping in this place, or, you're that colour or you're this colour, or we don't want you here and we don't want you here. Well, that's going to tick you off, isn't it? He'll put you out of business real quick, so he will get the door as quick as possible. And maybe he might be forcibly removed, kind of thing. But there you go. Yeah. So apply that logic to the gaming industry. Why are these guys stupid enough? I respect their opinion. Sure, he didn't want older white people playing his game. Males. Yeah, okay, no problem. That's something he could have kept to himself. You know what I mean? He could have just, kept it to himself. But no, he didn't. Of course, yeah, absolutely. And everyone to do that and respect everyone else's culture and beliefs as well. If you want yours to be respected. But it doesn't always work that way, does it? Yeah, he was just unstable. Now, personally, I'd write that off as just another unstable guy. But the lack of retaliation from the company, they just went silent on it. No comments from the company whatsoever. So what would you assume from that? That they actually agreed with him, Surely they don't need him that much. He's some kind of art director, and judging by what I've seen on Avowed, not a good one at that either. But he did say in another interview that he put in some stuff in the game that was real annoying, and frustrating and boring. And he said he did that on purpose to annoy players. Madness, isn't it? Absolute madness. Yeah, he really needs some medical help. Yeah. Well, the gaming industry seems to be attracting a lot of these people. These head cases. And don't get me wrong, they're not head cases because of their beliefs or their sexuality or anything like that. That's totally their own business. Nothing got to do with me. But how they are so toxic to their fans, and how they literally go out of their way to sink the company they're working for. That obviously makes them, not too sound in the head. Not if you want to eat anyway, I don't get it, to be honest. And not that it bothers me that much, Um, I wouldn't take that personally. But when I see that kind of toxic stuff and that kind of stupidity, and a games company is a corporation, it's got a large workforce and it's trying to squeeze as much money as it can from you. So yeah, it's a corporation. But you get that across all corporations. This kind of disconnect from any kind of reality whatsoever. At the same time, while they're shooting up prices and basically extorting us for whatever they can, literally cutting out the middle class, or definitely getting there. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But then to brag about it, how we put some stuff in for spite to tick people off. Yeah, I seen the interview, unfortunately. Yeah, makes no sense. There's only one way to explain something like that, is obviously they're not of sound mind. Well, not when it comes to, let's say, their own economic security, anyway. Oh, I don't like talking about it too much, but sometimes I can't break out, my apologies. But I don't know, I suppose obviously there's some points that people would disagree with, and that's kind of okay, you know what I mean? Basically all I'm saying is, when you buy a game, it's a game. A game is used, as far as I'm concerned, as an escape from reality. You've worked hard all week, you just want to wind down, you just want to forget anything that would remind you of anything like that. So you don't want kind of modern topics coming up too much. You don't want to be insulted when you're buying a product. No, small stuff like that. Never thought I'd be saying that about games, to be honest. Yeah. Right, and let's save this. No, corporations lately have really put me in a bad mood. I see what they're doing here. Everyone is jumping on the bandwagon. Every time you go to the store, I'd say maybe I do a major trip maybe every 2 weeks. Let's say you collect maybe 20 items, at least 5 of those items have gone up by 10%. This is relentless. And I was looking at, it was a wife or a friend, and I said, well, how is this sustainable? Eventually they'll price people out from eating, Like, I was getting one brand of something. No, just the situation, it's kind of the same. Where you've got this madness controlling everything and this greed, A corporation is a corporation. It's always about money. And this is what surprised me so much about this ideology in games. So I think maybe they might have hijacked it a bit. No, in groceries, no, not in game, but in real life. I'd go to the store every 2 weeks, and I'd see maybe 20% of the items going up by 10%, and this is relentless. This has been going on for 2 years. So there was one product I used to buy, and it's in euro, but we'll call it dollars, so it's easier to make out. This one product was $2.20, and this was just after the pandemic, right? Now it's $4.99, and this is made locally. There's no supply thing, there's none of that stuff. So what I used to get before, maybe for, if you put it across the board, just in groceries, this is not talking about energy and fuel, that's ridiculous. What I used to get for maybe $100 before, is now probably costing me 170. So that's a 70% increase in, let's say, 3 years. So that's what? 70, 20, that's about, let's say 22% inflation per year. And as far as I know, people's wages are just going up a couple of percent. So that means at the end of the year, they're getting about 90% of, at best case scenario. Yeah. Well, I'm being nice about it, you know what I mean? But if you take everything into account, it's probably more like 25. And they don't even justify it anymore. Before they would make an excuse. Oh, there's a war on the moon. I stubbed my toenail. There's always some excuse. Now they don't even bother with that. Before, when prices used to go up, there used to have to be a budget, and then they'd work out, they'd tack it on. But if prices are going up way past what wages are going up, how long can this last? Yeah, pretty much here as well. Yeah. But the pandemic opened the floodgates really on this. Now it used to go up, let's say, a couple of percent here and there. Now it's in the double digits all the time. And it does have a runaway effect. When they go up with their prices, obviously other guys have got to go up with their prices. And then they've got, this kind of snowball thing. Yeah. But this kind of happened here before in the 70s, as far as I can remember. And it got to the stage, this was before we were fully integrated into the EU. It got to the stage where I think the government had to intervene. Yeah, I think they might have to do it again. About 70% independent food-wise. Yeah, there's a lot of farmers in that. Well, maybe on certain crops. But, I think there's some of the other stuff, but maybe across the board. I'm not sure, to be honest. Here would be a bit more. It's a small country, and we do grow a lot here. But I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, couldn't really tell you. But I suppose, yeah. Yeah, coffee and stuff like that, obviously, yeah. But from what I know, let's say, of the output from the US, it's huge compared to the consumption it would use. So, what, maybe 90% of that would have been exported? Which is a bit of a hold been put on that now. So that there's a kind of double hit there, to be honest. So not only is you're not getting rid of, let's be nice, let's say you're not getting rid of 50% of your stuff. We know it's much more, but let's say 50%. That means now you're flooding the market. So the prices for that is going down. So you probably have to sell 3 times more to get the same money. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I've heard that, say, a lot of the contracts and stuff have kind of gone sideways. Yeah, that's bad. But a lot of countries have been kind of diversifying now. Let's say, if they have, let's say, a certain system, let's say they've got X amount of output, there would be just, instead of, let's say, one guy, taking 50%, they would rather take 5 guys taking 10%. So if anything goes wrong with anything on that, there's not so much of a hit, kind of diversifying a bit. I see a lot of companies doing that. Yes, things are kind of uncertain. Yeah. So if let's say if you were running a farm, and you're doing a lot of produce, and if you had one customer that took 90% of your stuff, well, basically, you know, if anything goes wrong, if you have a falling out, whoa, yeah, not much of a negotiating position. Whereas if they were only taking 10%, you could take that hit, and you'd have time to find another customer. Yeah. Oh, and that's trade, I suppose, for you. Right, we'll go to another season, guys. And we'll see if we can get a few quests. But this is winter season, so we won't be able to do any building. We'll be able to hit the message board on that, and I think I've got about another hour and 20 minutes. Be enough to get through this season into a nice spring. Maybe do a few quests, hopefully. Oh, me too, I'm not. Yeah. Just from what little I know and a kind of a logical approach to looking at it. You know, if you have a business and let's say you produce auto tires, right? And let's say you produce maybe 100,000 a year, okay? And you've got one guy who buys 90,000 a year from you, okay? That's cool. You know, that's a nice contract. And then the other 10%, you know, yeah, you give it local, whatever the case may be. But then let's say if the guy who buys 90% of your stuff says, nah, I don't want to renew my contract, I've got a better deal elsewhere, or I've decided to do it myself. Well, then you're stuck with 90% of your stuff, you know, that you've already made. And if you start flooding more of it into the local economy, well, obviously, the more of something there is, the less the price, the less demand. So it's kind of double hit. I just kind of look at it that way, you know. Oh, we lost a horse. At 28. And we have a wedding. Right, let's go. So let's actually check this for a moment. We'll obviously have to do a little bit of repair before we head out, but 28 was not a bad age. That was actually the second generation horse. That's third generation, and that's fourth generation. Yeah. No. I think they're all third generation, actually. Yeah. I think. I'm not sure. No problem. My pleasure, Victor. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, God, that is one bad farmer. Tree. His skills are tree. He's been on that forever. The skills don't really go up on this. Yeah. You're better off, to be honest. Well, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. You know, any kind of skill there would do. Better off switching over at 10, putting a young tree on the farm, and within a few years you'll get up to 10. Now, I'm looking for quests, but not these ones here. They don't seem to be showing up anymore. I know there's at least 2, because I ignored them for a while because I was too busy. Obviously they'll come up again. Maybe it's like random chance for the quest. And I know it's not a one-time deal because one of them showed up twice. Some kind of chest on a bridge. But I just ignored it. It was actually down here because I was kind of caught up in something else. Yeah, there's none there. Let's have a quick look. We're gonna have to do this every season for a while. Yeah, we used to get quests out of here sometimes as well, but... Oh, okay. Pity. Right. Let's order this guy to do the repairs. We'll give him a little hand before we take off. We'll grab the leftover junk we have, we'll sell it, and we'll take the message board stuff. Now we'll be stuck to get through this season because we can't build. So we'll might go around some bandit camps and start harassing them, I suppose. Yeah, there's not much I can do here. Yeah, because if you're starting to do the decorating and stuff, not so good. But spring is coming. Oh, the place looks really nice in spring. You know, if you're working out lines for fencing and that, you just couldn't. You don't really get a nice or a detailed look at something. And everything is dead and covered in snow. Right, let's grab our junk. There's probably tons of it here now. What is with these mushrooms? Yeah, we'll kind of run out of honey actually during this season because the bees, which is just quite cool really. You know, they don't collect as much honey. Which is actually true. Well, actually they don't collect none in the winter, I think. Ah, that's okay. Just get the soured milk, that's it. Yeah, the rest we'll have to leave. Cool. I've got a ton of other stuff as well. Especially the flour. So I've seen them on the flour being made here. Ah. It's a pity I can't... Oh, this is something... Oh, it does light. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. This is something that you can create yourself, let's say, you know, when you're out. I didn't expect it to light, but when the NPCs are around, it lights. That's nice. Yeah, that's good.
New buildings spring up like
Yeah, that's cool. No, I thought it's something from, you know, a thing that you can build when you're out, you know, you just build your own fire. I didn't think it would do that. Because you literally have to light it yourself, but apparently when, you know, NPCs are around, it will light itself. That's nice.
Let's go! Here!
Now, what I'm really waiting on as well, it'll take a few seasons yet before I finish this spot. I need these to grow to full size. They'll shoot up quite quick. But probably by the time I'm back from my next stream, they should be done by then. Because I'll spend a bit of time on this and the rest of the decorating. We'll get from this, then we'll do another game, and after the other game I'll come back to the other map. And we'll do the story mode, as they've got 3 achievements. And apparently the map is quite nice. But it will be kind of like this, but, you know, in this game here, if you've got the money and the tech and whatever the case may be, you can literally build what you want. It's the same on the other map, except that you'll need that and you'll need to do the quest to unlock the buildings. And I heard the story was pretty decent, I heard. But I wanted to come straight here to get a feel for the game. It's just as well, because if I played on that map I'd probably get all my achievements, and yeah, I wouldn't be so keen to do this map. Gives me an excuse to get back to it. We'll do something a little different on that one.
Move on!
That's beetroot barn. I've got tons of beetroot. And I've got that junk as well. Do you know what I'll do? I'll head back and we'll get rid of those trees straight away. I'll collect the junk I need for it. It's a pity I couldn't check the board for my settlement
How
and
are you?
bring that stuff with me. Yeah, we'll just get them out of the way. Well, all our houses are full, so we can't pick up any new recruits. Although they're kind of rubbish anyway. So... yeah, we'll let that guy... the tavern, yeah, running out of mead. It's the honey. Winter time. We need 20 fertilizer. I've got it like 10,000. We need 10 seed and 63 beetroot. We'll get that. Was it 63? Oh, we've got enough anyway. Do you know what? I better take it all. Because I'll tell you why. This stuff is going rotten. Yeah, we need to get rid of it. And what, 10 seed? Yeah, we need to sell it off. Yeah, okay, we need 20 fertilizer. Yeah, I actually have somebody selling this. I had like 10,700. Oh, it's 20, not 10. There. So, done, and we need 1 shovel and 10 bags. We might have to buy a few bags. Nah, we're good for bags. What do we like for shovels? Okay. I'll make a ton of them later. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, that's the message board. That was quite quick. But whatever happens, we'll be stuck for 3 days in this season. That's a minimum amount of time. But if you're starting from scratch, it's never enough time. When you've got most of the stuff done, I can't really decorate with this. We'll go kill some bandits or do something. But this I would recommend. This is the elite padded armor. If you've got temperature perk, you can wear this for 3 seasons with no hassle. You're always going to be stuck anyway with light clothes in the summer. If you go into armor, you'll freeze to death or burn to death. That's pretty decent. Oh! Hang on. Yeah, this is where we can take the time. I said we were going to change horses, didn't I? Yeah, this is the time to do it. Yeah. Now, I have that there for emergencies on tough quests. That's the elite armor. Sorry about that. Now we'll get one of the offspring. I had a really nice black stallion. But he died. There was offspring, but it was a brown mare, so we got that kind of roan, kind of piebald look. let's just say we have plenty of time to do this now. That's a nice colour, isn't it? I think that's the youngest as well. Kind of grey. It's a mare, is it? No, stallion as well. Brown is quite nice. I don't know. I think we'll go with this guy. Oh. Wrong one. What's this? How do I do this again? Yeah. Yeah, I forget how to do this actually. Yeah, transferring the horseshoes and stuff. In the saddle, sword items, transfer all. Okay, I'll tell you what I need to do. There it is. Now, I think we should be able to do it. No. Oh yeah, I think we do it from here. No, it's weird. How am I going to get these shoes back on? Oh, I'll have to figure it out again. I figured this stupid thing out and now I've forgotten it again. It's one of these. I thought I was pushing on that one. No. I don't know, maybe it's bugged. Okay, well, I have to do without the horseshoes. That's horrible, isn't it? And I have saddlebags and everything I've got to use. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's from here. It's been so long since I've done this, I actually forget. Okay, where have I got those stupid saddlebags? There it is. Large saddlebag. I don't know how we're gonna manage this. Oh, hang on. I think I know how to do it now. It's from here. We've got to be away from the horse, I think. Ah, there it is. No. Oh, push once. There it is. There it is. I got it. Ah, sugar. Let me do this one more time. Got it. Done. Yeah, I've got to be away from the horse to do it. It's kind of confusing. There. We're all good. I think there might be a few potions I need to put in that for emergencies. Yeah. There we go. Let's go. Yeah, I just did it once, and that was, you know, when I was using the first horse. Yeah, you've got to stand back a little bit for some reason.
Onward! Move on. Hold it. Giddy up. Here. Let's go.
Now let's hand these in and then we'll go around to each village. And we'll sell that junk. And then we'll have a ton of time. I suppose we'll look for some bandit camps or something. There's not much we need to do. Oh, hi Randy. Yeah, we'll be on for just about an hour. Let's see if I can make my 6. We'll see. So, how have you been? Wintertime, unfortunately, so we'll have to find something to do to wait out these 3 days. Can't really do much in a settlement in winter.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm so tired. So, how have you been, Randy? How did the week go after? Oh, where is this guy? Apparently, there he is.
How can I help you? See you around. How can I help you? Take care.
I think I have about 200,000 in reputation in this game. It's ridiculous.
How do you do?
I've never missed a quest from that board yet, or any of the challenges. Here, this guy down here. He's addicted to bags. There he is.
How is life treating you? Have a good day.
That's the end of the quests, unfortunately. Watch hockey, nice. Ah. Finally, getting some rest. Nice. Right. That's it, isn't it? Okay, let's start selling. We've got a ton of junk to sell as well. Come here, you.
You are so uncomfortable to lean on.
How are you?
And we're self-sufficient really. We don't have to buy anything anymore from these guys. No matter what it is. Here, something I forgot to get rid of a long time ago. Yeah, stupid beetroot. There. Okay. Yeah, just get rid of this stuff as quickly as we can. Oh, we're kind of low on meat too, aren't we?
Goodbye. People, I'm practically losing money over here. Oh,
Alright.
it's you again.
Yeah, I used to buy a lot from this guy.
Have a nice day.
Power comes great responsibility. And the king seems to be doing... How is life treating? Goodbye.
How are you?
As usual, we'll take the fishing spears. You'll be surprised how many people have to work together to make those. First of all, you need stone, linen thread, and I think wood. I'm not sure, but definitely, yeah. I think sticks or something, whatever it is. So, you need a miner. You'd need a lumberjack. You'd need a farmer. and you'd need a sawing hut guy. Yeah, just for that. And I've got them on other stuff, so I just collect them here. It doesn't use much anyway. So I just collect them from here. Yeah, yeah. You see, you need a linen, so you obviously have to grow flax. So that's a farmer. Then the flax will have to be produced into linen and linen threads, so that's the guy in the sewing hut. What is it then? Then you need stone, so that's a miner. And I think you might need sticks or logs or something. So that's a lumberjack. But it could be just part of their workload, you know. But the micromanagement. Oh. And what? The guys will only use maybe about 4 of them a day, so I just stockpile them here.
Price is so low, you don't need to haggle.
Ah, there it is. Yeah, she's got a lot of junk. We got fishing spears, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, complicated little game.
Have a good day. How is life? Goodbye.
How have you?
That's what they call speed chomping. I wish I could do that in real life.
Have a good day.
How is life? Have a
There,
nice day.
done. So we've done the quest from here. We've got 3 villages to hit, so that stuff. And we're pretty much stuck for something to do because I can't do much in the settlement during the winter. That's why I was hoping for a quest. Oh my good god, not mine. Oh my god. I call her a supermarket ninja, and I'll tell you why. You could be in a store and it's quite small, you know. Maybe just a few aisles and whatever the case may be. So you're walking over to grab a product, you turn around, she's absolutely gone. You'd walk the store 20 times, maybe 20 minutes time you'd find her, yet she never left the store. Unbelievable. But I remember when I first got married, I was quite young. And, she would do the shopping. Now I accompany her because of all of the junk she buys. If she'll bring too much sweets here, I'll eat them. She's addicted to sweets. But, so let's say it is just 2 people. And, let's say it's $100 a week for food. So, if you give her $100, that's exactly right to the cent that it costs. So let's say you give her 200 next week. That's exactly what it costs. You could give her $1,000, and whatever she has, when she walks into a store, she doesn't stop till she spends everything. Even the stuff she was getting was, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous stuff I would never use. Yeah. But to be honest, I pick out most of the stuff because I like to eat reasonably well, not too much junk food, although I do have a soft spot for it. But if I let her do the shopping, she'll get stuff like processed food. She's addicted to frozen food. Biscuits, chocolate, rubbish, that kind of stuff. And the more outrageous it is, the more she wants it. And she always falls for the same thing. You know, when you're shopping in a store, you're picking up some bread or whatever the case may be. There's a thing that they use called, well, I call it product placement. But basically, if they have bread from yesterday that's getting a bit iffy, they'll push that right out to the front. So when you walk over, that will be the first thing you grab, and the fresher stuff would be pushed behind. And that's for people like my wife. The same with other products that would have been there longer, you know, meat and stuff like that. She'll just grab what comes to hand. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Basic extras. It's still reasonably okay to live here. I suppose it depends on what you like to eat. But all of the meat and that, it's standard here for no hormones, no drugs, no anything. So it's pretty organic. So one guy could eat really healthy and have some good food. Let's say if he cooked himself, or let's say two people. Oh, maybe 150. You know, and you wouldn't be skimping at all on that. You know. I've seen some videos on the prices for some stuff that you pay, and it's horrendous. Randy, yeah, it's horrendous. Yeah, some of the products that say the same companies, you know, would make them here, but it's not the companies. Well, it's a combination. It's usually the vendors, you know, they hike up the prices when they get away with it, you know. Well, you can't really argue with them. Everyone needs to eat, you know. But that's changing here now. It's getting like the 70s again. I bought some eggs. I bought 20 large free-range eggs. So, you know, no chemicals, none of that artificial feed, any of that. I bought 20 large, and they're really large here, 20 large free-range eggs. And what would it work out if I converted the money to dollars? About $5.70 for 20 large free-range eggs. Yeah, that's your kind of average. It depends. Now you can get other stuff, maybe with flasher names, but still the same thing. Maybe a little more expensive. Maybe another 10% expensive, you know. The bread here works out about, I don't know the sizes, you know, where you are, but let's say kind of sliced white kind of thing. Works out about 210 in dollars. But you know, there's no bleach and no chemicals and stuff like that. It's pretty decent. It's still kind of okay here, but it's going downhill quick, you know. Oh yeah, other things have been hit. There was a brand that I used to get. I think it was 220 or something, or 250, and this was just after the pandemic. It was butter. It's double that now. It's $4.99. But to be honest, I think what's going on here, and it's not inflation. Well, it is. It's artificial inflation. It's greedy producers upping the price because they can. You know, that's just it. It's I don't know, what call it, racketeering, call it whatever you want, but it's extortion. It absolutely is. Now, there was one chain in particular. Do you remember where I bought that disgusting chicken? So I stopped buying it. Apparently everyone else did. So I noticed the other day that they've got the edible stuff back again. So when people stop buying that junk food, yeah, they changed it, yeah. Now it's really nice again. But, you know, I gotta give them 10 out of 10 for trying to pull that fast one. You know, thinking that we were some kind of animals, that we would eat anything, you know. And it's actually the same price, if not cheaper. Yeah, yeah. But that corporation Denny, yeah, no. What they did was they raised their prices. They were 350, now they're 4, which is really expensive. They changed their packaging because obviously they damaged their brand by what they did. So they've improved it a tiny bit. Now it still smells horrible, but if you eat it, you don't immediately gag, you know, and cough the whole thing back up. Now it might stay down for about an hour before it has to exit. 12 is about 5. Oh, that's kind of expensive. Yeah, so for $5 I could, well, the price of the last thing I bought, I could get 19 large organic eggs. You know, that factory drivel stuff for about that. Yeah. But then, you know, we're kind of small, and a lot of the exports from here would be agricultural, so that kind of helps us, you know. But what's the kind of main thing in Canada? It's resources, isn't it? It's not really a kind of an agricultural exporting thing.
Oh, it's you again.
Hello there. Good luck.
Right, where is
I'm looking for
that?
Truffle Pig. Someone stole her.
There he is. Get that hunter before he goes. Hmm. Yeah, so resources, yeah. Oh, so they do beef as well.
Battering or king.
Ah, that's nice.
It's freezing.
So, what you wouldn't know the regulations, let's say, for beef in Canada. Are they allowed to give it GM stuff, or give it hormones or special feed or anything like that? That's all banned here. I'll take it pretty serious. Yeah. Hormone injections, ooh, dodgy. Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here. First of all, they've got to be born in this country. There's got to be there's a massive record, you know, and they've got their own little documents as well. They've got to be, if you're going to slaughter them, they've got to be slaughtered at a certain time. And when they get to the factory, they've got to be checked out by a veterinary surgeon as well, and tested. Yeah, right from birth to the factory, there's a big long record. Yeah. Yeah, same here. Well, it has to be, you know, here, because, you know, a lot of the export would depend on that. Yeah, same. Oh yeah. Yeah. The best thing here has always been the beef. Now, you'll get some supermarkets bringing in stuff from other countries. It's okay. The Angus stuff, I know it's got a Scottish name, but I don't think it's from Scotland, to be honest. It's okay, but it tastes very sweet, you know? Yeah. But there used to be a law here, but I think they closed the loophole, and a lot of people took advantage of it. Let's say if you were selling some chicken, and it said on the packet, Irish chicken, so you'd assume the chickens were from Ireland. Not so. You could make a chicken burger, you could get the chicken from Chernobyl, right? And let's say you put some batter or breadcrumb on it. As long as the batter or breadcrumb was from here, you could call the whole thing Irish. I think that was in the 90s. They closed that loophole real quick. Yeah, maybe that's... Well, no, it wouldn't have come in from there. because they use steroids, so it's banned here. It's probably what they were feeding them, yeah. Yeah. Oh, all of the butter here, all grass-fed, yeah. But then again, you know, we don't consume a lot as a small population, and it's such a huge export.
How do you do? Have a good day.
But strangely enough, probably the biggest export from here would be butter. Yeah.
How are you?
Oh, we've got a ton of mushrooms. Have those mushrooms. Oh, it used to be outside size.
Goodbye, dear.
So, are you familiar with any brands, Randy? Probably if you did get any brand of Irish butter, it would be Kerrygold. I don't like it, to be honest. The one I use, it's called, what's it called again? Oh, what is it called again? Connacht Gold, yeah. There's 3 types. The one that says softer butter. But it's kind of a really old recipe kind of thing. But it's crazy expensive here as well. Probably, yeah. But to be honest, I think the vast amount of profit would go to the store, unfortunately. I remember back in the 80s, you know, they were giving farmers next to nothing for the milk they were supplying. And then when they got the milk, they were refining it, you know, taking all of the good stuff from it, and the junk that was left over, you know, selling it off at crazy prices. We had to do something about that as well. But it was a local company here, and I remember it. It closed down in the 90s, I think, in the early 90s. It was bought over by a big corporation, unfortunately. Oh my good God. No, Kerrygold is here for, I'll tell you now in a moment, hang on. For 100 grams, nah. The Kerrygold here would be 454 gram, the Kerrygold, and it would be, see, I don't know the currency thing. It would be probably about 3 or 4 euros, whatever that is. So what would that be? Let's say 4 euros. That's a bit much for it, to be honest, but let's say 4. So I don't know the conversion. Surely, you know, let's say 8 Canadian dollars. Yeah, that's. But I suppose they've got to ship it, but still, nah, that's a rip off. Yeah, that's a rip off. I'm not too fond of it, to be honest. Yeah. The Avonmore was a little better. But yeah, it's an iconic brand, alright. Yeah, it's that's, was it, what did I say? 454 or something grams, but that's crazy. 100 grams for 28 bucks, so you're talking about maybe 110. Oh, more. You're talking about maybe 120 bucks for what I get for maybe 10 Canadian dollars. Yeah. I don't think it would cost that much to ship, to be honest. Somebody's getting really rich from that one, I can tell you.
Oh, it's you.
This is what I'm saying. You know, this is where inflation is coming in. It's basically the retailers and that, just, you know, fleecing everyone. Sheer greed. Yeah. So you said you're giving 28 Canadian dollars for 100 grams. Here I'm giving €4 for it's the same size as this. Let me see. For 454 grams. For 454 grams, I'm giving €4. So that's less than €1 per 100 gram. Let's say about 90 cent per 100 grams. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it said on that thing. 500 and something. Yeah, whatever I said. What was it again? My memory's not great. They're all the same size. Yeah, 454 grams. Yeah, we do it in grams there. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah. But you were saying $28 for 100 grams, so it's 4.5 times that. So that would be 112, and then a half would be 14. So you'd be giving 126 Canadian dollars for the same size for what I can get for €4. And I don't care what difference is in the currency, it's not that much. There's no way that €4 is worth what? That much. Yeah. Ah, I see, yeah. Yeah. Oh, so that's 20%. That's now I can understand. So it's $10, 12 Canadian dollars. So there's a 20% difference. There's not much of a difference now, I think. Well, it might be different now because of, let's say 10%. So we're talking about, let's be nice, let's say 1/3. So basically you should be getting that 100 grams for, in your money, about, and let's be really nice about it, about $1.30 Canadian. Let's be really nice about it. Let's say 2, which is ridiculous, but 28 is really taking it. Yeah. Yeah. So Google what €4 is worth. And I think it's a little less actually, but let's say €4. What's it worth in Canadian dollars?
Only the best products here. Have a good day.
But I say it's probably worth €4, probably worth, well, let's say $6. I don't know. About 8, so double. So let me work it out. 4.5, so I'm giving what? Let's say double. I'm buying 454 grams for 16 Canadian dollars. 454 grams for 16 Canadian dollars. And you're paying, what was it? $28 for less than a quarter of that. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. That's bad. There you go. But we'll be like that shortly, the way I see the prices going. Yeah, well, it's going to be like that here as well. Because I would imagine every month it's going up by about 10%. We'll get there. We might be a bit slow, but we'll get there in the end. If there's a trend that's going around where people are getting ripped off, we're pretty quick to adapt it. There's only one way to combat something like that, Randy. Is if some person comes in with a lot of cash, get some decent supply lines going, and start selling a lot cheaper. That would force everyone to get into line. I remember it was like that here with the insurance. You know, I remember I was getting insurance for an automobile. And they asked me, what was it? They asked me something like, and this was going back like decades ago. I was pretty young, so we're talking, oh, talking about maybe 3.5 decades ago. They asked me something like 3,000. To be honest, 3,000 that time, we didn't have to put much more to it than my house. But it was ridiculous. So a new guy started off an insurance company, managed to cut costs and wasn't too greedy. And I think he insured me for 700 or something, which was still ridiculous. But compared to the 3 grand, it was awesome. So that literally put everyone else out of business, and then they had to charge the same. That stabilized everything. Then the boom came here, you know, this thing that Goldman Sachs put an end to. You know, the debt thing. But the idiot who owned the insurance company over-speculated on that and lost his business, went bankrupt. And then another company came in, bought it. It was called Liberty Insurance, and they drove everything sky high. And when they did, the other predator insurance companies were watching to see if they'd get away with it. And then they did exactly the same. Yeah. But I wouldn't mind so much if, you know, the price of the dairy products and stuff, if the farmers here were actually getting it, but they're only getting a small percentage. You know, the people who would get, let's say maybe 50% of the profits would be the stores. Then there'd be transportation costs, that would be another profit percentage. Then there would be, you know, probably tax and VAT, that would be another percentage. I would be surprised if the farmers here got 10 to 15% of that. You know? It says something if the guys that were doing the work were, you know. But I don't know, maybe it's changed. Maybe it's a little better now. Cartels, yeah. Pretty much. But ever since the unions lost their teeth, it's always been like that.
How is life treating you?
But it frustrates me every time I go shopping, to be honest. But I remember when there was a certain brand of butter, that one there I was getting, it was, I think it was €4, which was ridiculous. But I went in a few days later, then it was 5. I said, come on, 20% increase in a couple of days. And then I come back a few days later and they messed up. Then they made it $4.99 instead of 5, because, you know, you're so stupid that you would think that $4.99 is better, that it's more like 4. You'd associate $4.99 with 4 instead of 5. You know, that kind of silliness, that really... It's the insult to your intelligence, really, that hits the most. Gouging is pretty bad as well, but, you know. A lot of that is mostly kind of hearsay and stuff. The problem here, well, the wool industry wouldn't be that big, and there's a kind of niche thing for the likes of maybe woolen garments, iron sweaters, things like that, would be kind of crafting companies and stuff like that. That would be a tiny percentage. I don't know what's going on in that industry, but obviously there's someone gouging somewhere. The big problem here, and I think it's the big problem in every country, is let's say you're in a country and a huge oil reserve is found, or coal or gas or whatever the case may be. Then some private companies will come in making bids. You know what I mean? So they'll usually give it off, literally give it to some private company for pennies, for literally pennies. And then they say, oh, we've created 1,000 jobs. Yeah? You know. So these guys would obviously there'd be setup costs and a lot of money getting the machinery in, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But easily within a year, they've cleared all of their expenses, and now they're using the same stuff to extort you with, literally raising the prices whenever they feel like it. This makes no sense to me. You know, I believe in a little bit of socialism. I think government can obviously overreach, but in that sector, the natural resources should belong to the country. It should never be sold off to a private company. You know, especially when you need the power, the energy. It should be, you know, by the government really. They could hire the workers, do all that stuff. The taxpayer obviously could pay. We'd either reap the benefits in either cheaper gas, you know, cheaper fuel, or it's sold at full price and the 100% of the profits go to infrastructure, education and healthcare. That sounds fair, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah, that's not too bad. You know what I mean? They'll have to, obviously, well, here it's maybe a little different that I have to give you a ton of cash about that. But it is a natural resource of the country. So if that's the case, how come they can sell it off for pennies to some foreign investor or foreign company? So, you know, you see what I mean? It's all over the place. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It would be better off if the proceeds from that were used for the betterment of the country, really. But I've never looked into it too much. But I remember the large protests in Cobh, outside of Cork. There was a large gas reserve. But not only did they ruin the environment with pipes and stuff, but they literally strangled everyone there with prices. There was some very large protests, and obviously people were arrested, and this is why it came to my attention. It was a big kind of bad PR with our police force. So some lady was filming it, and they arrested her. They brought her in the back of the police car and, you know, put her in the Garda station and held her there for some hours. But what they didn't realise was the lady's camera was still running when it was in the back of the car. And when she got home, she played it back. But the things those guys said was unbelievable. They said stuff like they should punish her and they should, you know, drive her somewhere nice and secluded and grape her. Yeah, grape. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And they walked away from that scot-free. They just transferred him somewhere else. Horrible, isn't it? You know, obviously, you know, they weren't going to do it. But just to have a conversation, a kind of joking, laughing conversation about that is absolute no-go. Check it up online if they didn't cover it up by now, but that was ages ago. We had a Taoiseach here who would be our PM or Prime Minister, or whatever you want to call it, or, you know, President, that kind of thing. Although President here is more of a kind of meet and greet kind of thing. We've had a few here that were brutal. Yeah, yeah. There was one guy, he was a school teacher from Mayo. His name was Kenny, Enda Kenny. But he was invited to the White House. And I think Obama would have been president at the time. So he was at some function and, you know, he was the belle of the ball, telling jokes and stuff. But he thought it was appropriate to tell jokes about coloured people. Yeah, that's what kind of an idiot we had. But, you know, bear in mind that the same guy, when he was running for office, there's an indigenous community here. We won't say any names. But he was at his little fundraiser, and he was telling everyone that if he was elected into government, that he would brand them like cows. That just rings of Holocaust, you know. Yeah, that was one of his promises. You know, that was hushed up pretty. You know, he was a racist pig. You know what I mean? So that was easy. We had another guy, and he was an alcoholic. He was more times drunk at the wheel than anything else. And this is because of party loyalty. And this kind of, and it is creeping in now. This kind of unwavering support no matter what you do, kind of thing. Oh, well, my dad voted for this party, and his dad voted for this party. You know, well, your family might be keeping their morals or whatever the case may be, but the party might not. So you've got to look at it for what it is. Yeah. But the media here is still pretty good for these scandals. You know what I mean? They haven't been shut down yet. You know, the free press and stuff like that. So if there's a scandal or if there's something nasty going on, they'll sniff it out. The problem is it's a storm in a teacup for about a day, and then it's covered by something else. The media will report it. I'll give them that. But, you know, just for the day. You know, kind of thing. But remember that our national TV services is probably 60 to 70% funded by the government. And how the government pays for that is, if you've got a TV in your house, it doesn't matter if you watch their channels or not, you've got to pay the government a license. And it's quite expensive. So you've got to pay these guys just because you got a TV. Doesn't matter, you know, you got a TV, you got to pay them. End of story. So there is a license on your TV, and the money goes to these guys. Yeah, it's Gaelic. It's Radio Telefishéireann, Irish TV radio. It was started off. Well, it was the first TV channel, really. You know. Yeah, Radio Telefishéireann. Yeah, but that kind of stuff. So, subsidized media companies, it's bad. I've seen some hatchet jobs they did on some political candidates. Now, they're not as bad as other organizations around the world, I suppose. It's not maybe so much that they're telling lies, it's what they're not saying, if you know what I mean. They're selective about what they report on, and they'll show you stuff which is absolutely true, but without the full story, it's kind of out of context. It's like if we had an argument, Randy, and out of nowhere you called me a nasty name, and then I called you a nasty name, but then you posted on YouTube and you just showed me saying speaking a nasty name, so everyone would think that I was the aggressor. So lying by omission, really. Oh, the Late Late Show. It used to be okay with Gay Byrne. But you know that guy that was doing it, that reporter, that Kenny guy? Yeah, there's another guy now, Tuberty. Yeah, idiot. But there used to be a guy before him. He was a reporter for the Irish Independent, I think. Yeah, he was kind of shady. But I remember there was a scandal about him. He bought a house, and there was an old lady living beside him. And there was a little bit of land between them, which was used for public access. And, right of way. And he tried to swindle her from it. Lawsuits and all that stuff. But he got a large hit back from that. And I think he was questioned about it. And he got very rude and very arrogant about it. But no, you don't do that to old people here. Especially as a celebrity. If you mess with old people, trying to strong-arm them, yeah, that's not going to go down too well. Yeah, that was Kenny was his name as well. Yeah, I remember him. Idiot. It was just, the old lady wanted to use the access. Why not let her, But there you go. No, there was another one. Was it from the Late Late Show or something else? But basically, what they were doing was they were using the show to promote something. I think it was a car company, and that was obviously against policy. Yeah, they were using that. I think they got the sack for that one. I think even the police investigated, and they were wondering why they were pushing this product so much. until they found out on the slide that they were getting paid from this company, which is kind of it's what do they call that? It's basically when you're advertising something, you're getting paid, but you don't tell anyone. And there's a term for that on Twitch as well. But doing it while you're doing a job for somebody else on their platform is, yeah. Oh, you can, but like, if you were working for Microsoft, Randy, and you were using Microsoft's platform for another company, by the things you were saying, and you were pretending like, you know, it's just because you liked it, but you were actually getting paid. It was undisclosed, you were getting paid. But not only that, but you weren't doing it on your own dime, you were doing it on another company's dime. So you're getting paid for that company for doing a job, but you were endorsing these guys. You know what I mean? Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a bribe, but it was definitely unethical, you know. On Twitch, if you were advertising something, or, you know, praising it or whatever the case may be, if these guys are paying you money, you've got to disclose that. But that's your own platform. So not only is it your own platform, but you've got to disclose it. This guy was using someone else's platform, his employer's platform, and he was endorsing stuff, and he wasn't saying he was getting money for it, which he couldn't do it anyway, you know, on somebody else's platform. You get me? Yeah, I remember that scandal. Then there was the judge. Yeah, I remember another scandal that came up here. It was some judge. And basically, you know, how there's a kind of international force for people that go online that like watching horrible videos about kitties. You know, those kind of monsters. Yeah, basically they tracked back this guy. You know, he didn't cover his email address or IP number good enough. So they tracked it back, and he was a sitting judge. He was a sitting judge. So obviously, I think it was the FBI got in contact with the authorities here, and obviously they had to act. So they went out and they raided his house, and they found all of this stuff, and they asked him why. He said, well, I get cases like this from time to time, and I wanted to get an insight on it. Sure you did. Yeah? Sure, you'd have to see it for yourself. Yeah, like if you were pleading a murder case and, you know, you were sitting over that, you'd have to see the person getting killed to understand it. Of course, yeah, that kind of stupidness. But the case was thrown out because the warrant was enforced at the wrong time. They did a raid the day before the warrant came into force. So anything that was found then couldn't be used in evidence. And he walked away scot-free, but he had to retire with a big pension. So you tell me that that's not corruption? Like, how incompetent can you be? There's no way that was an accident. But two ways of looking at this. They're totally corrupt and they need to go. Or they're totally incompetent and they need to go. Either way, it doesn't look good. Yeah. That's the way it goes. How, in God's name, he got away with that is beyond me. It's... excuse me. It's literally beyond me. But that's that's an exception. That's a very, very unusual thing to see. Well, it's a very unusual thing to come to light, at least. But I do remember there was a local village near me. And this was bad and kind of funny as well. But it was this kid. I think he was about 12 or something. But apparently he was a bit of a whiz on his PC. But I remember the scandal. This was about maybe 20 years ago. And all of a sudden, at his house, and he was just a kid, about 12, the cops showed up with a warrant from the FBI. He hacked, I think he hacked the FBI database. Maybe he should have getting a job with. I don't condone that. That's horrible. But maybe he should have gotten a job with some tech company. But I heard this guy was some kind of genius with hacking. Yeah, but horrible. But that's 12. Imagine that. I can't turn on a PC, and this 12-year-old, hacked. Well, I'm not sure if it was the FBI, but it was some organization like that. It could have been something else. Yeah. I remember it. Yeah, it was shut down because some guy committed suicide over it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But there's still a lot of kind of vigilante stuff going on YouTube. There's a couple of groups in the UK doing it actually. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. That was shut down because some guy that got caught committed suicide. I don't know if he was if it was true what he did. I can't feel any sympathy, but it's pretty straightforward. I can't see how they could be innocent. They would pretend to be little kids, and these guys would come out to meet them, knowing that there were certain things involved, and they would be alone. I don't think there's any defense in that, Randy. I'm sorry. So if that guy showed up for that meeting, that was totally off. And, if he got found out and did that, I do feel a little bit of sympathy for him, but not as much sympathy as I would feel for if there was a kid there and he did do what he seemingly was going to do, Oh no, that's how it happened. Check it up on YouTube. Guy committed suicide. And that was bad PR then for what was it? Was it CBS or what was the company that did it again? HBO or CBS, something like that. Yeah, they wanted to wash their hands of it. Legal stuff, I think they got sued. Yeah, legal stuff. But they shut down Jesse Ventura as well. Do you remember his show? It was conspiracy theory, but it was entertaining. Jesse. Well, he was in that Schwarzenegger movie. What was it? Yeah, Predator. Remember the tobacco chewing guy? He served as governor in some state. Then he retired and he did this kind of conspiracy theory thing. Well, kind of half conspiracy theory. One of them was about Nestle. That I think it's a Dutch company, isn't it? Sucking all the water from the lakes and selling it back to everyone, kind of ruining the environment and that. Yeah, you remember him? They shot him down quite quick as well. That's a pity. He wasn't too bad. Yeah, he was a little bit out there, but it was entertaining. It wasn't. It wasn't. Really horrible stuff, but it was just the damage that corporations were doing. So maybe that's why I felt kind of attracted to that show, because I'm not too fond of corporations. So it might have been a bit of an echo chamber, I suppose. Oh, hi Jaeger. How have you been? Was he? Yeah. Oh, he was a wrestler as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I think he was. Yeah, he was an interesting character. He seemed a little bit out there, but yeah, he seemed like a decent person. I don't know that for a fact, but that's how it appeared, obviously he was doing the show, so he always acting, but I think he's kept a pretty decent, clean record, hasn't he? Yeah, I thought it was good. It's a pity they shut it down. Yeah, it's such a pity. No, I'm not into any kind of conspiracies, but his was entertaining, and it wasn't silly stuff like, there's no shootings going on, and that really horrible, hateful stuff. It was stuff about. It was mostly. I think the ones I seen was about the corporations. The water levels going down in the lakes, and animals dying, that kind of stuff. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, it's a combination now of pressure from corporations, and I suppose fear of lawsuits and PR, I suppose. Yeah. What can you do? Yeah, that was quite interesting. I remember that. But I remember watching an old show. It was a US show. It was pretty humorous. It was called Married with Children. That one from Sons of Anarchy was in it. That she does that voice in Futurama. I forget her name. Ed O'Neill was the guy. Yeah. But that would never be made today. There's no way that they would make that today. Yeah. They'd never get away with it. They would be shut down on their first episode. It goes to show you how things change too. But it was only comedy and humor, you know.
I feel as if I'm about to melt into a meat bar.
But a couple of subjects that they did would have been, massive taboo. You can imagine the cancellation. You know, that would have happened now.
Oh, it's you again.
But it was just, just comedy humor. Outrageous humor in a sense and childish. But, it made it unique. It was, like, in all sense, it was, humor. Because it was literally unbelievable. That kind of stuff. Did they? Oh my. I didn't know that. There we go. Yeah, we'll sell that later. We should be good. Oh, I remember him. Yeah, the guy with the mustache and the large, kind of floppy hat. Ah, that's going back a bit. Disney have gone sideways, Randy, haven't they? You see that latest scandal? Remember they had that big hit with the Avengers Infinity or whatever it was. Maybe I'm wrong, or Marvel, whatever it was, Disney did it. The guy that used to do Hawkeye and stuff. He got ran over by his own snowplow. You remember that? He almost died and he was in recovery for a long time. So they wanted to do another one. So, usually, you might even get a little bit more for the next one, seeing as it did so good. Or at least get the same money. They wanted to give him half the money and it was twice the work. And pretty much with all the cast. And they said no, we're all out. So that's gone. Forget about that. About time, to be honest. They were going sideways. Now, if you think about what they were doing there, and they've seen profits what they used to make, and the golden parachute, the bonus they gave the guy that almost destroyed him, was it 50 or 100 million or something? Their employees at their theme parks are literally living in the car park in their cars. And they're not, how can I put this? They're not food secure. One lady was saying she was working there, and one of her colleagues, she's seen her somewhere crying, because she had to live on eating noodles. Then they're saying, oh, well, we're in Florida, we're giving them $15 an hour. It's good money. Well, in Florida, things are pretty expensive. I'm sure $15 would go a lot farther in other states, but not in Florida. So, if you go into a store and ask you $15 for a carton of milk, it's not much good. Then you've got rent, you've got expenses, and you're supposed to live. Horrible situation. I'd imagine so. This is what corporations are. You're seeing it the way it is, and every corporation, if they can get away with it, will do this. Every single corporation will do this. And it's easy to say, well, if you don't want to work for those wages, don't work. Well, you have to live. Then you'll get into a situation where, you're working full time. you can't give up that job to find another job, or you'll really starve. It's a horrible situation to be in. Well, it's the most publicised. Yeah, because they've obviously stepped on the wrong toes. But there's other corporations, doing just as much. But they tend to push that overseas. They'll make some sweatshop somewhere do it for maybe 15 cents an hour kind of thing. You remember the stuff with Adidas and all the other things. There's a reason that, every single company, the products they make, maybe 80% of that will be outsourced. And it's all down to profit. It's all down to money. It's not an easy thing to remedy either. But the Disney thing, let's say, we'll talk about a company that's outsourcing stuff. Let's say they're doing electrical equipment or industrial stuff. Well, if they buy the materials there and hire the workers there, obviously the price of that product will shoot up. So there's a little bit of justification in that. They could say they're doing it to keep down prices. But there's no excuse for Disney. They're getting that money from that theme park, from that country. Those people are living in that country, and that's the wage they're paying them. So, no justification there. You could, yeah. But, apparently one of, I think it was Walt's granddaughter, has been speaking out about this. They wouldn't have much control of that company now, to be honest. They might own some shares here and there, but they'd have no say whatsoever. But she's been speaking out, and they've told her to take a running jump and shut up, kind of thing, from what I've heard. Yeah. But I must say, they've been on a bad run, to be honest. They've been on a bad run. And I don't feel sorry for them, to be honest. It's good that Tom Hanks tried to keep true to the character. Oh, Mr. Banks. I'm not sure if I've seen that one. Yeah, that's a Tom Hanks movie, isn't it? What I see with movies, and it's pretty much what they've been doing with games. They're taking a classic game, that's kind of keeping, changing, obviously the quests and blah blah blah, but kind of keeping true to the game and the lore. They're starting to hit movies now where you get, real classic movies, and they're swapping characters, and they're really changing the whole thing. They're hijacking something. Now, again, you'd have to ask why a corporation would do this. Well, they're obviously trying to appeal, but to a certain demographic or audience, but it's not working. It's definitely not working. These guys are crazy. Yeah. I don't think I've seen it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one, actually. I might check it out. Nah, I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I still can't make sense of it. I can make sense of them trying to grab as much money as possible. That I can make sense of. And this is a corporation, that's dough, that's what they do. But stabbing themselves in the back, being punished for it, and then doing it again and again and again, while they're losing lots of money, to eventually to the stage where they're going to go bankrupt, that I can't see the sense. I cannot see the sense in that. And it must be obvious to them, Pretty much, yeah. I think I know that story. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the way it goes, yeah. Yeah. So that's what it was about. Oh, I don't think I've seen it. No, I've read the history and that let's say he was not the nicest guy in the world. But that was the kind of thing then, wasn't it? You know, where... And it's getting to be the thing again, to be honest, where if you're bigger and more powerful and wealthy than someone and you have something that they want, they'll stop at nothing to get it. You know? Yeah, pretty much. Same old story, isn't it?
Best
Same old story. But no, I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, we have one more hit. But the stuff that I've witnessed and the events that have unfolded in the past decade, if you told me a decade ago, I'd say 1% chance. And it goes to show you too, doesn't it? But we have had a pretty interesting decade, guys. In 2013. Oh. I don't think I've seen it now. I'm interested in seeing it actually.
Hello.
It's no going there, is it? Yeah, we tried anyway. Maybe we get them in time. But I think these guys will be in bed now, won't they? No, there's the bell. We might be lucky. We get these guys on a hop.
How can I help you? Have a nice day.
Come on, where are you? There she is. Don't go to bed. Where is she? There she is, out there. Yeah, there she is. Come here, you. Which one is it? That's the Z one.
Hello there.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, just one guy left. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see if we can find this other guy. There he is. Yeah, that's not too bad. We got him before they hit the sack.
How do you do?
That's it. We're done.
See you around.
Now we can go home. We've done our thing. And would you believe we got it 6 hours? Well, that was a nice chat, wasn't it, Jaeger and Randy? The time just rolled by. That goes to show you too how immersive communication can be. Yeah, I was finding it hard to get to the 6 hours. Yeah, I've not been the best
How
lately.
is life treating you?
Always nice to hang out with friends and have a chat. It can make a bad day really good. Even if it just takes your mind off stuff, even for the tiniest time. Yeah, we can basically talk about everything, but it's usually about my hatred of corporations, I'm afraid. uh, right, let's save here. We are done, guys. So, I will be back for my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. I'd just like to see people getting a better shake. You know, making more money and not having to struggle to survive while companies are literally drowning in money from the labor of these people. Horrible. So, okay, that's it, guys. I've just done my 6 hours. I'm absolutely wrecked. So we'll do the usual. We will raid some of our friends. And always nice to have you here, Jaeger, and Randy, and everyone else, of course. So, what is it? Yeah, this is the weekend, isn't it? Well, not anymore. So I will be back for my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. I'm off for 2 days until then, and then back for Friday, Saturday again for my 2 days. So sticking to that schedule, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. This gives me kind of 2 days between each streaming session, and I've got a ton of little medical appointments and functions that I can do, so I can dedicate, 100% and get a bit of a rest as well. That kind of is working for me. Oh, it's come along. It's been fun. It's really been fun. Absolutely, Randy. And you too, Jaeger. Yeah, it was just a bridge, remember? It was just a bridge. There's still some decorating stuff to do, but this is what it looks like now. It's huge, isn't it? That's Croc, isn't it? Go big or go home, huh? That's not too bad. I'll probably have a bit more done on this. My attention has been kind of back lately on No Man's Sky. They did a big update for settlements. You know me, I can be distracted sometimes. I should be able to get some time in on this. I think I've got 2 medical appointments coming up, but I always book them for my days off, which is kind of handy. Give me a bit of a rest as well. So, right, I will leave it here, guys. So, thanks everyone for watching and lurking. Appreciate it. So, goodbye, Jaeger, Wolf, and Young. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for being here. And of course, Randy, Cat, Hufflepuff, Randy, Cat, Terry, Hufflepuff, and Tigger, if you're also watching. Take care, ladies, and have a great day. And thanks for following Ghost Yeti, is it? Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. Stay safe, Randy. And let's see what else was here. We have blah blah blah. Let me see. We mentioned Jaeger, Randy. And of course, Victor. Thanks for stopping in, Victor. Appreciate it. Now, my memory is almost useless when I'm this tired. Plus, I'm old as well, so we put it down to that. I can't remember anyone else, but I'm sure there was many more. So my apologies if I missed anyone, guys. And again, to everyone who was watching and looking. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I will be back Tuesday evening. Hope to see you all then. Until then, everyone take care and stay safe. So, we'll go straight to this raid, so hopefully you'll bear with me for the tiniest of moments when we do this. So, let's see who's out there, guys. And I can get something to eat. I'm actually a bit peckish. Okay, let's see who's here.